Chapter 174. The grade of a martial art was not determined by its name. Although the blazing divine palm had the word divine in it, it was only a supreme grade martial art. It was neither a spiritual martial art nor a black martial art. However, elemental martial arts were powerful. Even if Chao Huarong's martial arts attainments were on par with Ji Haoyan's, his fire elemental cultivation techniques and martial techniques were more powerful than Ji Haoyan's. This could be seen from Chao Huarong's violent aura. The disciples around the dueling stage felt Chao Huarong's terrifying aura. Although they were dozens of meters away, they still felt terrified and instinctively retreated. On the other hand, Yi Xing stood on the dueling stage. His clothes fluttered in the hot air and his black hair fluttered in the wind. However, he did not retreat at all. Yi Xing's eyes were slightly serious, but his expression was as calm as usual. He circulated the origin restoration force and also released a powerful and terrifying aura. Yi Xing's inner strength was powerful not because of any attribute, but because it was powerful and vigorous. As he circulated the origin restoration force, his essence surged like smoke and rushed out from the top of his head. Visible to the naked eye, a pillar of energy shot out from the top of Yi Xing's head into the sky. His aura was terrifying and was not inferior to Chao Huarong's at all. This made the spectating disciples' expressions change. Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, but he had such a terrifying aura. Chao Huarong's aura was terrifying because he borrowed the power of the flames. However, Yi Xing's aura was terrifying because of his pure inner strength. He almost had the aura of a martial sage. At this moment, the disciples realized that Yi Xing had not used his full strength to deal with Ji Haoyan. This shocked the disciples. Could it be that Yi Xing is really qualified to compete with Chao Huarong? Chao Huarong stared coldly at Yi Xing. He was extremely displeased by Yi Xing's aura and shouted angrily, "Die!" With a furious shout, Huang Huarong's body did not move, but her crimson-red palms slapped towards Yi Xing. The celestial essence of the Nine-Yang secret art was already extremely hot. Coupled with the raging inferno divine palm's transformation, the palm imprint that Ning Qing shot out almost turned into flames. In an instant, Yi Xing felt a scorching wave of air rush towards him. A palm print that was like a red flame struck towards his face like a bolt of lightning. Chao Huarong's every move was under Yi Xing's observation. If this palm strike was unleashed, Yi Xing would not be able to dodge it. However, the moment Chao Huarong raised her palm, Yi Xing already knew that she was about to attack. He instantly executed the cloud goose steps and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, there was a loud explosion as the raging inferno palm instantly slapped the place where Yi Xing was standing. A huge shockwave burst out, engulfing everything within a radius of several feet. It was as if a small bag of explosives had exploded. The might of Chao Huarong's palm strike could be imagined. After Chao Huarong's first palm strike, she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yi Xing's speed, for other disciples, was extremely fast. They could barely see him clearly, giving off a vague feeling. However, in Chao Huarong's eyes, that was obviously not the case. She could clearly see Yi Xing's dodging trajectory, so she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yi Xing's movement technique was superb, and in an instant, his body flashed and slashed again. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the place where Ning Qing stood once again exploded with flames. "Let's see how many of my palms you can dodge." Chao Huarong sneered. He stood motionless, attacking with only a palm strike, while Yi Xing had to dodge at least a few feet away to avoid the attack range of the raging inferno divine palm. Even if Yi Xing's movement technique was exquisite, it was impossible for him to be faster than the raging inferno divine palm attack every time. Bang 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 bang, the sound of explosions continued without end, and one after another, flames exploded in all directions around the dueling platform. Yi Xing wanted to test his extreme speed, and with the help of his super brain scanning Chao Huarong, he could clearly see every move the other party made. As such, Yi Xing naturally avoided Chao Huarong's palm strikes one after another. After Chao Huarong sent out a dozen or so palm strikes, he felt a little embarrassed. Yixing's reaction was just too fast. Every time he attacked, Yixing seemed to know in advance where he was going to attack, and dodged again and again. If this battle continued, Yixing did not need to fight back. Just the consumption of palm strikes was enough to exhaust Chao Huarong to death. Yixing used the Cloud Goose Steps, but the consumption was far less than Chao Huarong's Raging Inferno Divine Palm. Raging Inferno Prairie. Chao Huarong shouted, her body flashed, and she rushed towards Yixing, both palms striking out. Horrifying flaming celestial essence surged out, turning into a fan-shaped flame ripple that rushed forward in an instant. Half of the battle ring was within the attack range of this move. Coupled with Chao Huarong rushing forward, the range was compressed, making it impossible for Yixing to escape. This time, even if Yixing knew Chao Huarong's intentions, he could not avoid it. After all, the dueling platform was only so big. Although Yixing's attainments in movement techniques were a little higher than Chao Huarong's, it was not so strong that he could not make up for the gap. Tyrant Flood Dragon transforms into dragon. Since he could not avoid it, he could only fight with all his strength. Yixing roared, and instead of retreating, he punched out with both his fists. The Tyrant Flood Dragon fist in Yixing's hands was truly superb. In Chao Huarong's eyes, Yixing's fists were no longer two fists, but two overbearing raging flood dragons. No, it was not just the raging flood dragons. The moment the two overbearing raging flood dragons attacked, a pair of horns appeared on their heads, and they leaped into a dragon. The two raging flood dragons turned into two raging dragons, multiplying the power of this move, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! Just the confrontation between the fist and the palm had already erupted into a fierce collision. Celestial essence was more powerful than internal strength, and the 9-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, which made its power amazing. However, Yixing's returning essence internal strength was not ordinary. The 7th layer of returning essence internal strength was stronger than the half-baked celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. Even if the 9-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, Yixing's returning essence internal strength was not weak. Moreover, Yixing's Tyrant Flood Dragon fist had reached the perfection realm, which was not weaker than Chao Huarong's Raging Inferno Divine Palm, which was close to the perfection realm. Therefore, in the confrontation between the fist and the palm, Yixing did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Amidst the explosion of the fist and the palm, Yixing and Chao Huarong continued to attack as fast as lightning. 2 punches. 2 palms. They collided in an instant. Bang! Bang! At this time, the 2 explosions were really earth-shattering. The fist and the palm collided directly, which was much more terrifying than the confrontation between the fist and the palm. The 2 explosions shook the hearts of the disciples who were watching the battle. They instinctively closed their eyes, feeling a sense of fear. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the confrontation of strength was. If it were any other disciple in the audience, they would not be able to withstand the attack of either Chao Huarong or Yixing. The waves of energy surged and the energy exploded. In an instant, the air on the battle stage was distorted, and many disciples could only see a distorted light. Only a few disciples with excellent eyesight could vaguely see the figures of Yixing and Chao Huarong, who were retreating at the same time during the collision. Chao Huarong only took 1 step back, but Yixing took 5 or 6 steps back continuously. The strength of the 2 people's attacks was instantly clear. Chao Huarong was worthy of being the 3rd outer disciple. Ji Haoyan had also collided with Yixing once before, but Yixing had the upper hand at that time, but now, he was absolutely at a disadvantage. Chao Huarong's body refinement skill was even better than Yixing's. Those who could see the 2 people retreating, except for a few new disciples, were mostly experts among the senior disciples. Seeing Yixing take 5 or 6 steps back, the senior disciples immediately cheered. This made most of the new disciples who did not see the situation change their expressions, thinking that Yixing had lost. On the battle stage, Chao Huarong, who had the upper hand, laughed happily. "Your strength is only so-so, I will defeat you in 10 moves." While laughing, Chao Huarong's figure charged toward Yixing again like lightning. She raised her palm and slapped down on Yixing's head from above. The ultimate move of the fire god palm, fire covering the sky. This slap was unstoppable and powerful. At this moment, the terrifying chi and waves had already dissipated. All the disciples could clearly see the figures of the two people on the dueling platform. All the new disciples were shocked, while the old disciples revealed excited smiles. In their opinion, Yixing would definitely not be able to block this slap. As for Yixing, who was at a disadvantage, his expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. Instead, he shouted, "Good move." As he shouted, his figure flashed and he used the cloud goose steps again. However, Chao Huarong's attack was too fast, and even the cloud goose steps could not completely avoid it. Chao Huarong sneered. The senior disciples sneered. The new disciples were shocked. Yixing's lips curled up, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He did not use the cloud goose steps to avoid Chao Huarong's attack. Whoosh, just as Yixing's figure flashed, Yixing pointed his finger. Sky extinguishing finger, sky extinguishing finger. It was the killing move of the sky extinguishing finger. In an instant, a finger light burst out. The disciples were puzzled. On the other hand, Chao Huarong's expression changed greatly. Her palm, which had covered the sky, suddenly paused. She withdrew her hand and retreated. The disciples were horrified. They did not know why Chao Huarong suddenly stopped. If this slap landed, Yixing would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, that finger light could be blocked by celestial essence. Even if he was injured by the finger light, it would only be a minor injury. However, they did not know that Yixing's finger attack was aimed at the flaw of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm. Chao Huarong had cultivated the Raging Inferno Divine Palm to the extreme perfection realm. She was only half a step away from the perfection realm. There were no flaws in her martial arts attainments. However, martial arts itself had flaws. Outsiders could not see it, but Yixing could scan it with his super brain. Chao Huarong, as a cultivator of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm, naturally knew about it. If Chao Huarong's slap continued, the power of this slap would be broken by Yixing's finger, and it would not pose much of a threat to Yixing's body. On the contrary, Yixing's sky-extinguishing finger light could cause harm to him. The result was obviously Chao Huarong suffering a big loss. Of course, she had to withdraw her palm. However, an attack was like an arrow that was shot out. How could it be so easy to withdraw? Especially since Chao Huarong had already used this move. She did not expect that Yixing could see the flaw in her martial arts. Chapter 175. Just as he retracted his palm and retreated, Yixing's finger light had already struck his palm. Although Chao Huarong retreated, the finger light did not hit the flaw, but it did not deviate too far. Chao Huarong's middle finger suddenly felt a soreness. In the blink of an eye. Chao Huarong's retreating speed was so fast that he retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Although he was hit by Yixing's finger light, it happened in 1/10 of an instant, so it was not a big deal. Chao Huarong retreated quickly, but Yixing did not chase after him. No matter how fast his body was, it could not be compared to the speed of an attack. 3 parts restoration energy. Yixing let out a loud roar. The vigorous Gui Yuan inner force in his body was like a broken dam at this moment, suddenly attacking Chao Huarong. 3 groups of sharp internal force, like arrows, instantly blasted in front of Chao Huarong. Chao Huarong was about to defend, but 3 explosions sounded at the same time, and the 3 groups of sharp internal force all exploded. Each group of sharp internal force exploded, and its power was not weaker than Chao Huarong's full blow of the Raging Flame Divine Palm. 3 groups of sharp internal force exploded at the same time. How terrifying was the power! Chao Huarong never expected that Yixing would act so decisively. Just as he was about to retreat, Yixing suddenly launched such a ruthless attack. The celestial essence defense that he had just condensed instantly shattered under the 3 explosions. The next moment, Chao Huarong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his speed was twice as fast as before. He continued to retreat. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Chao Huarong flew over the range of the duel arena. When Chao Huarong fell to the ground, he was nearly 10 feet away from the duel arena. With blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, he stood up immediately. Although he was blasted out of the arena by Yi Xing like Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong's injury was much lighter than Ji Haoyan's. Ouch! After a brief moment of surprise, the new disciples immediately let out excited and pleasantly surprised shouts. Senior Brother Yi, mighty! Senior Brother Yi, I admire you! Senior Brother Yi, I love you! The new disciples let out all sorts of shouts. There were even quite a few female disciples who directly shouted the slogan, I love you. It could be seen that after Yi Xing defeated Chao Huarong, his popularity among the new disciples had reached its peak. Compared to when he defeated Ji Haoyan, the new disciples were even more excited. After all, Ji Haoyan was only ranked at the 4th position, whereas Chao Huarong was ranked at the 3rd position. The difference of a single position was absolutely different in terms of quality. Although Yi Xing had defeated Ji Haoyan and was ranked 4th, he was still ranked in the top 10. However, he had defeated Chao Huarong and was ranked in the top 3. There was a fundamental difference. As a new disciple, Yi Xing's entry into the top 10 had already shocked the other new disciples. However, this was the first time he had entered the top 3. Compared to the cheers of the new disciples, the older disciples looked at each other in shock. Chao Huarong clearly occupied the upper hand earlier, yet she suddenly took the initiative to withdraw and retreat, causing her to lose to Yi Xing. This caused all the senior disciples to be unable to understand. Senior Chao, what happened to you just now? Senior Brother Chao, why did you withdraw and retreat? Senior Brother Chao, did you take the initiative to let her win? Some of the senior disciples who were on good terms with Chao Huarong immediately rushed to her and asked. Took the initiative to let her win? Chao Huarong was already in a bad mood after being defeated by Yi Xing. These questions made her feel even more embarrassed. Get lost. Pushing the senior disciple in front of her, Chao Huarong used her lightness skill and quickly left the square. Soon, she disappeared. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Although Chao Huarong was present, many of the new disciples were excited, but they did not dare to shout loudly. Once Chao Huarong shouted, they joined in the shouting army, causing the cheers to shake the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and in the end, their voices became the 3 words Senior Brother Yi. The ordinary new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration, and the female disciples were even infatuated with him. Even many of the new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration. Only a small number of new disciples of the Destiny Realm felt that their future was far beyond Yi Xing's, so they did not think much of Yi Xing's defeat of Chao Huarong. Yi Xing stood on the dueling platform and nodded slightly to the new disciples who were shouting. He waved his hand, then jumped down and floated away. Chu Jingnan looked at Yi Xing's back with eyes full of admiration. He said, Senior Brother Yi became the top 10 of the outer gate on the first day he entered the sect. In less than a month, he became the top 3. I wonder how long it will take for him to become the first in the outer gate. Chu Jinghua looked at Yi Xing's back with a somewhat infatuated gaze. Her heart thumped as she murmured, I'm afraid it won't take long. An old disciple happened to hear Chu Jingnan and Chu Jinghua's words and was immediately displeased. Originally, the old disciple was very unhappy that Yi Xing had defeated Ji Haoyan and Chao Huarong. Now that he heard Chu Jingnan say that Yi Xing would become the first in the outer gate, he was naturally even more displeased. The old disciple said coldly, the first in the outer gate? I really don't know if you are ignorant or arrogant. Senior Brother Xian Zhuiyuan is known as the Little Sword Saint. His flowing light sword technique has been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His supreme refining body cultivation technique is also close to perfection. If Senior Brother Xian did not want to break through the star vortex after cultivating his supreme refining body cultivation technique to perfection, he would have already become a martial sage and become an inner disciple. Yi Xing wants to become the first in the outer gate? Bah! Unless senior brother Exian becomes a martial sage and becomes an inner disciple, Yixing will never become the first in the outer gate. Chu Jingnan and Chu Jingyue only said this in a low voice. Only a few disciples beside them could hear them. However, this old disciple's voice was so loud that a large group of disciples nearby heard it. When some of the old disciples heard this, they seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger. One by one, they sneered. Yixing wants to become the first in the outer gate? This is simply a fantasy. Yixing can also be compared with senior brother Exian. Senior brother Exian can defeat Yixing with 3 moves at most. 3 moves? Do you think the title Little Sword Saint is just for show? He can defeat Yixing with 1 move at most. That's right. He can defeat Yixing with 1 move at most. If senior brother Exian Zhuiyuan does not become an inner disciple, Yixing will never become the first in the outer gate. Now, senior brother Exian is out on a mission and not in the sect. Otherwise, humph. How can we allow Yixing, a new disciple, to be so arrogant today? Once the topic was discussed, the old disciples spoke one after another. Suddenly, everyone heard the topic of Yixing and Exian Zhuiyuan. The new disciples were naturally very clear about Exian Zhuiyuan, the first in the outer gate. They knew that Exian Zhuiyuan was very powerful. They heard that the second in the outer gate, Ling Yu, and the third in the outer gate, Chao Huarong, couldn't even last 10 moves against Exian Zhuiyuan. From this, it could be seen that Exian Zhuiyuan's strength was indeed terrifying. The title of Little Sword Saint was not just for show. The gap between Chao Huarong and Exian Zhuiyuan was too big. Yixing defeated Chao Huarong. Even the new disciples felt that they couldn't be compared with Exian Zhuiyuan. Naturally, they couldn't refute the disdain of the old disciples. However, there were a few outer disciples who were still very confident in Yixing. For example, Chu Jingnan, Chu Jingyue. They knew very well how abnormal Yixing was. Chu Jingnan witnessed Yixing's growth from a 6th-level martial artist to a 9th-level martial artist in just a few months. Chu Jingyue knew about Yixing's heaven-defying learning ability. Such a monstrous figure was just an outer disciple. Who couldn't surpass him? When everyone was talking about him, Yixing had already gone to the affairs hall. He defeated Chao Huarong and ranked in the top 3. According to the sect's rules, he would be rewarded with 20 best quality star accumulation pills. Now Yixing was lacking cultivation resources. He wanted to break through the late and peak 9th level quickly but couldn't. If he had 20 best quality star accumulation pills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the peak 9th level. It wouldn't take too long. After the affairs hall confirmed that Yixing defeated Chao Huarong, the reward of 20 best quality star accumulation pills was given to Yixing. Yixing was overjoyed and returned to his residence. That night, Yixing took 3 pills, sensed the stars, ran the origin restoring force, and continued to cultivate, striving to reach the peak of 9th level as soon as possible. Only when one's cultivation reached the peak of 9th level could he apply to the sect for the spiritual martial inheritance. Ordinary martial arts couldn't form star essence when one's inner strength was cultivated to the peak. Only the spiritual martial inheritance could. If one wanted to become a martial sage, they must learn the spiritual martial inheritance. The next day, Yixing continued to go to the Array Source Valley. Yixing cultivated one day and worked in the Array Source Valley the other. This was Yixing's daily routine. Of course, although he was going to work in the Array Source Valley, Yixing had never worked in the Array Source Valley. He had been learning arrays all the time, and Gu Tianshang was willing to teach him. Elder Gu, my chaotic stone array has reached the perfection realm. Am I now considered a first-level array grandmaster? In the wooden house in the Array Source Valley, Yixing asked Gu Tianshang for advice. Gu Tianshang's face was full of happy smiles. For an array fanatic like him, Yixing was a genius in arrays. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. Gu Tianshang shook his head. Even though he was shaking his head, there was still an excited smile on his face. Every first-level array grandmaster needs to meet 3 conditions. First, you need to be able to set up a perfect defensive or trap array. Second, you need to be able to set up a perfect killing array. Third, you need to be able to set up a perfect illusory array. Only when all three conditions are met can you be considered a first-level array grandmaster. The chaotic stone array that Yi Xing was learning was a trap array. The trap array was very similar to the defensive array. The trap array trapped the enemy inside the array, while the defensive array kept the enemy outside the array. Both arrays limited the enemy's movement range, except that one was for the inside and the other was for the outside. Therefore, among the three conditions for becoming a array grandmaster, the killing array and illusory array had to be at the perfection realm. As for the defensive array and trap array, any one of them had to be at the perfection realm. Yi Xing's chaotic stone array was at the perfection realm, but he still needed a first-level killing array and a first-level illusory array to be considered a first-level array grandmaster. Only by becoming a first-level array grandmaster would one be qualified to learn second-level arrays. Yi Xing bowed to Gu Tianshang. Elder Gu, please teach me the killing array or illusory array. Chapter 176. Another half a month had passed. Yi Xing had absorbed all 20 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 9th level. He was only one step away from the peak of the 9th level. Even without the pills, it would only take another half a month for Yi Xing's cultivation to truly reach the peak of the 9th level. He would be qualified to learn the legacy of the spiritual martial force. Yi Xing's martial arts attainment had also increased rapidly in this half a month. With the integration of various martial arts in the super brain and Yi Xing's hard work, he had already mastered several supreme grade martial arts to perfection. This time, Yi Xing's speed in integrating the martial arts was much faster than when Yi Xing was learning the martial arts of the Purple Mountain Academy. This did not mean that it was easier to integrate the martial arts of the Falling Star sect. On the contrary, the number of martial arts of the Falling Star sect far exceeded that of the Purple Mountain Academy. Yi Xing's speed was faster because everything was difficult at the beginning. He had already gone through the most difficult process of integrating the martial arts in the Purple Mountain Academy. Although there were many martial arts and they were all normal martial arts below the spiritual martial force. With Yi Xing's level of martial arts, the speed of integration was naturally much faster. In this half a month, Yi Xing had spent 8 days cultivating and the other 7 days in the Formation Source Valley to learn formations. With Yi Xing's mastery of a Grade 1 formation, it would be much faster for him to learn another Grade 1 formation. In just 7 days, Yi Xing had practiced the Level 1 killing formation, Chaotic Blade formation, to perfection. Gu Tianshang also taught Yi Xing a Level 1 illusion formation, Illusion formation. If the illusion formation was also practiced to perfection, then Yi Xing would truly be a Level 1 formation grandmaster. According to the current speed, it wouldn't take long for Yi Xing to reach this level. Based on the time it took for Yi Xing to come every other day, it would only take half a month. Reading the basics of array formations in 1 day, learning array formations in 3 days, mastering the chaotic stone array in 1 month, and becoming a Level 1 array grandmaster in 2 months. Gu Tianshang had lived his entire life, but he had never even heard of a formation genius like Yi Xing, let alone seen one. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for Yi Xing to reach his level and become a Level 2 array grandmaster if he focused on studying arrays. Gu Tianshang started learning array Dao when he was 17, and he only became a Grade 2 array grandmaster when he was 48 years old. It took him a total of 31 years to become a Grade 2 array grandmaster. After that, he was stuck at Grade 2 array grandmaster for nearly 20 years, unable to learn Grade 3 array Dao. Talent. What an enviable thing. When Gu Tianshang thought that Yi Xing might be able to catch up to him in terms of formation Dao in a few years, he was both excited and emotional. After learning the illusory array today, Yi Xing left the array source valley not long after. He didn't rush back to his residence, but went to the square of the first peak instead. Today was an important day. There was another new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10. Among the new disciples, apart from Yi Xing, Chu Jingyue's combat strength was high. She was also very talented in martial arts and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. The new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10 was naturally Chu Jingyue. When Chu Jingyue participated in the disciple selection, her cultivation was close to the late stage of the 9th level. After becoming a disciple of the she reached the late stage of the 9th level in less than 10 days. After another month or so, Chu Jingyue's cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. Chu Jingyue was originally a 9-star mandate. In addition to the Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill, she also had more than a dozen Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pills donated by her family to the Falling Star sect. That was why she was able to consolidate her cultivation to the peak of the 9th level so quickly. There were 2 ways for disciples to obtain cultivation resources in addition to the monthly allowance. The first was to climb the ranking list of outer disciples. The top 10, top 3, and first place all had different rewards, but this was only suitable for a very small number of disciples. The second was to exchange for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill with contribution points. 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill. There were also 2 ways to obtain contribution points. One was to be given gold by the family. 30,000 taels of gold could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. That was to say, 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill required 300,000 taels of gold. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. The other way was to complete missions. According to the difficulty of the missions, one would obtain corresponding contribution points after completing them. Many disciples' families could not afford to exchange gold for contribution points, so they could only earn contribution points by completing missions to exchange for cultivation resources. As for Yi Xing, he did not have that much gold to exchange, nor did he have the time to do missions. He used the simplest and fastest way to reach the top 10 of the outer disciples' ranking list. This was the best way, but not many people could use this method. Now, Chu Jingyue was also using this method. She had stepped into the peak of the 9th level and obtained the spiritual martial inheritance of the sect. However, it was very difficult to transform the internal strength in her body into star essence. It required a small amount of star power. If she cultivated by herself, she might not be able to transform it in a few years. Especially for ordinary disciples of the Mandate of Heaven, it would take a long time to transform. Therefore, resources were especially important when transforming star essence. The consumption of gold in exchange for Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pills was too high. 1 pill would cost 300,000 taels of gold, and 10 pills would cost 3 million taels of gold. Even a martial saint family would find it difficult to exchange for them at will. What she took out was gold, not silver. Chu Jingyue challenged the 10th outer disciple, Wei Ming. Originally, Wei Ming was the 9th outer disciple. After Yi Xing rushed to the top 3, the 3rd and 9th outer disciples fell 1 rank, so he was now the 10th outer disciple. Today, the number of disciples who came to the outer square was much more than when Yi Xing fought with Ji Haoyan and Chao Huarong. Because the duel between Yi Xing and the 2 was temporary, while the duel between Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming had been arranged yesterday. After a day, the number of disciples who heard the news naturally increased. Moreover, this was the first time a new disciple challenged a top 10 disciple, so it attracted the interest of many disciples. Therefore, there were many people who came to watch the battle. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Yi Xing's arrival immediately caused a sensation. The new disciples in front of him took the initiative to open a path for him to go directly to the duel arena. Among the new disciples, Yi Xing had a very high reputation and popularity. However, the senior disciples did not take Yi Xing seriously. Most of them pretended not to see him, but a small number of them stared at him from afar. They hated Yi Xing, who had slapped their senior disciples' faces. When Yi Xing walked to the duel arena, there was a sudden commotion among the senior disciples. Senior Brother Xian is here. Am I seeing things? It's Senior Brother Xian. Senior Brother Xian is back. Hello, Senior Brother Xian. The voices of the senior disciples rose one after another, and they also opened a path for him. Soon, a young man in a green robe walked out of the path. Apparently, he was the first outer disciple, Xian. Yi Xing looked at Xian. Xian was known as the Little Sword Saint, but he did not have a sword on him. Yi Xing immediately noticed his palm. Sure enough, there was a storage ring on it. When Yi Xing's gaze landed on Xian, the other party's gaze also instantly locked onto Yi Xing. His gaze was very sharp, like an unsheathed sword. After Yi Xing sized up the other party, he moved his gaze away. Xian's gaze swept over Yi Xing's body a few times, but it was fixed on the scimitar on Yi Xing's waist. Behind Xian, there were a few disciples who were basically in the top 10 of the outer disciples. Among them, Chao Huarong and Ji Haoyan were among them. The two of them glanced at Yi Xing with anger in their eyes. Senior brother Xian, he is Yi Xing. Chao Huarong, who was the closest to Xian, whispered in Xian's ear. I know, don't worry, I will deal with him. Xian nodded slightly, retracting his gaze from Yi Xing. Chao Huarong once again glanced at Yi Xing, with a ruthless look in her eyes. Yi Xing, today, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Next to her, Ji Haoyan's expression was the same. Yi Xing naturally felt the malicious intent in the other party's eyes, but his expression remained the same, without any fear. Becoming the first in the outer sect, there will be a reward of 30 best quality accumulating star pills. Since Xian is back, should I take this reward? Yi Xing also thought in his heart, with the best quality accumulating star pills, I can reach the peak of 9th level in a day or two, which will save me a lot of time. Moreover, the extra accumulating star pills can be used to transform celestial essence. I will wait until Junior Apprentice Sister Chu's duel is over. I can't miss this opportunity. Not long after, the two parties to the duel, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming, came to the square. The two naturally walked towards the duel platform from the direction of the new disciples and the old disciples respectively. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. As soon as Chu Jingyue stepped on the duel platform, the new disciples burst out with earth-shattering cheers. Chu Jingyue was the first in the outer sect, Jiang Nu. Among the martial artists, the number of men and women was very unbalanced, about 3 to 1. Female disciples were already popular, so the popularity of the first beautiful disciple could be imagined. In terms of popularity, she was even more popular than Yi Xing, the first powerhouse among the new disciples. Yi Xing was indeed inferior to her in this aspect. Even many of the old disciples left the camp because of Chu Jingyue and publicly supported her in this duel. This made Wei Ming, who was participating in the duel, very annoyed. Although he also felt that Chu Jingyue was very attractive, a martial artist's honor was the most important thing. Chu Jingyue's challenge made him very dissatisfied. In the duel platform, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming started fighting after a few words. Chu Jingyue was still using the best quality martial art, Tidal Palm, but her attainments were much higher than in the disciple selection. She had reached the perfection of martial arts. Moreover, her physical body was extremely strong. As a martial saint clan, the Chu clan had a large fortune. They must have used many top-grade medicinal herbs to help her practice top-grade body tempering techniques. Her attainments in body tempering techniques were even higher than Yi Xing's. Although she was weaker than Wei Ming in terms of internal force, Chu Jingyue completely won in terms of martial arts attainments and physical strength. Therefore, there was no suspense in the outcome of this duel. The two exchanged more than 10 moves and Wei Ming was defeated. Another new disciple rushed into the top 10. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Can I still get one more vote? Chapter 177. Ow. Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu. Below the duel arena, the new disciples cheered enthusiastically. 2 new disciples had entered the top 10 of the outer sect. Naturally, the new disciples were very excited. Although they were not the ones who had entered the top 10, they still felt proud and cheered for them. This was not to say that it was rare for new disciples to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. It was normal for outstanding new disciples to enter the top 10. Some new disciples had even broken through the star vortex realm to become martial saints and were promoted to inner sect disciples in less than a year after becoming outer sect disciples. However, the new disciples had entered the falling star sect for less than a month and a half, and 2 of them had entered the top 10. Moreover, Yixing had even entered the top 3. This was an amazing thing. It was extremely rare in the history of the falling star sect. Wei Ming covered his shoulder that had been hit by Chu Jingyue's tidal palm. It hurt faintly, and he left the duel arena with a guilty look. Chu Jingyue had a sweet smile on her face. She was very happy to have entered the top 10. She nodded slightly to the cheering new disciples and also left the duel arena. The duel arena was over. The new disciples cheered while the old disciples frowned. They had different emotions, but their actions were the same. They were ready to leave. At this moment, a green light flashed, and a figure appeared on the duel arena. In an instant, all the new and old disciples who were ready to leave stopped and looked at the young man on the duel arena. They looked at each other in surprise. The person who appeared on the duel arena was the number 1 outer sect disciple, Little Sword Saint Xian Zhuiyuan. What is Senior Brother Xian doing? Senior Brother Xian is already the number 1 outer sect disciple. Who else can he challenge? Could it be that Senior Brother Xian has something to say to everyone? Suddenly, whether it was the old disciples or the new disciples, they were all talking about it. Their attention was attracted by Xian Zhuiyuan. Yixing was also surprised. He did not know what Xian Zhuiyuan was doing on the duel arena. Xian Zhuiyuan had already reached the top of the outer sect disciples. There was only one person who could challenge him. He had no reason to challenge someone who was ranked lower than him. Because, regardless of the outcome, this was a matter that would cause him to lose face. In the next moment, Yixing understood that Xian Zhuiyuan had entered the battle arena for him. Because, the moment Xian Zhuiyuan entered the battle arena, his gaze was like a sword, locking onto Yixing. All the disciples followed Yixing's gaze and immediately understood Xian Zhuiyuan's intention. Obviously, Xian Zhuiyuan wanted to deal with Yixing. This made many senior disciples excited, but it also made a large number of new disciples panic. Xian Zhuiyuan was the number 1 outer court disciple, and had the title of Little Sword Saint. It could be seen that his strength was terrifying, and no one thought that Yixing would be a match for Xian Zhuiyuan. All the senior disciples were eager for someone to deal with Yixing. Since Xian Zhuiyuan had such intentions, the senior disciples were naturally excited. As for the new disciples, they were in a panic, sweating profusely for Yixing. On the battle arena, Xian Zhuiyuan's gaze was fixed on Yixing, and his hand pointed towards Yixing as he shouted, "Everyone, today, I will take care of a scum." Xian Zhuiyuan's first sentence caused all the disciples to stare blankly. There was a problem with these words. There was a big problem. Through Xian Zhuiyuan's expression and actions, they knew that the person Xian Zhuiyuan wanted to deal with was Yixing. Although Yixing had rushed into the top 10 and lost face as a senior disciple, he was not a scum. If a new disciple who defeated a senior disciple was a scum, then it was over. Which batch of outstanding new disciples didn't surpass one senior disciple after another after entering the sect, and finally enter the inner court? It was just that Yixing, this new disciple, rose too quickly, making the senior disciples uncomfortable. This also showed how outstanding Yixing was. How could he be a scum? Even if many senior disciples were uncomfortable with Yixing, they also felt that Xian Zhuiyuan's words were too much. However, Xian Zhuiyuan didn't feel that his words were inappropriate, and continued, "Junior brothers, you must be very surprised as to why I said he was a scum." All the disciples' spirits were lifted, and their ears perked up. They were indeed very interested. Yixing squinted his eyes, and cursed in his heart, F***ck. "You're the scum, your whole family is scum." Xian Zhuiyuan's eyes were like swords, looking straight at Yixing, and walked forward step by step. "Junior brothers, who is our falling star kingdom's biggest enemy?" "That goes without saying, it's the East Fu nation. It's the people of East Fu. It's the dogs of East Fu. When Xian asked, the disciples one by one began to drink as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. Although their answers were different, the meaning was the same. There was no doubt that the East Fu nation was Falling Star Kingdom's biggest enemy. Xian shouted again, "That's right, it's the East Fu nation. The weapons of the East Fu nation have been stained with the blood of many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people, and have killed many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people. However, there's someone who carries a weapon from the East Fu nation around his waist all day long. I want to ask, are you still a Falling Star Kingdom? Junior brothers, tell me, isn't he a scum?" Yixing touched the scimitar on his waist. This was the spoil of war he obtained from killing Shi Jingxiang in the battle at Eastern Mountain City. This was a top-grade weapon, and was extremely sharp. This was his first spoil of war, and it had an extraordinary meaning. He had handed in all the other spoils of war, and only this scimitar was left behind, and he carried it with him. This was because once he felt this scimitar, Yixing would remember the battle at Eastern Mountain City. Once he felt this scimitar, he would remember Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen, his 3 comrades. With this scimitar, he would never forget the blood that the people of the East Fu nation had stabbed into his heart. He always carried this scimitar on his waist, and yet he was called a scum by others. Ha! Yixing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Xian voice was still shouting, "As a Falling Star Kingdom, you actually use an object from the East Fu nation. How can such a scum be tolerated? Today, I, the little sword saint, will deal with this scum, ruthlessly deal with this scum." Finally, his voice turned into a loud roar, "Yixing, get up here." The disciples beside Yixing retreated in all directions, and their gazes fell on the scimitar on Yixing's waist. So this is a weapon from the East Fu nation. He has a storage ring, but he doesn't even hide this East Fu nation weapon, and still carries it on his waist to show off. Hateful. He actually uses an East Fu nation weapon. He's indeed a scum. To think that I used to worship him. Senior brother Xian's eyes are like torches. If he didn't say it, I wouldn't have known. Our Falling Star sect actually has a scum who uses an East Fu nation weapon. Is he a spy from the East Fu nation? All the disciples were suddenly discussing spiritedly. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, the way they looked at Yixing had changed. Only a few people didn't despise him, but they revealed their suspicions. Bullsh *T. Yixing channeled his inner strength and shouted loudly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. "All of you are Bullsh *Ting." As he spoke, Yixing's figure flashed, and he was already on the battle stage. Xian face sank, and he shouted, "You said I'm Bullsh *Ting?" Yixing took out his scimitar, pointed at Xian and shouted, "You're Bullsh *Ting. Let me ask you, have you ever been on the battlefield?" Yixing's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and Xian was stunned by his shout. He really hadn't been on the battlefield. But Xian couldn't weaken his imposing manner, so he shouted, "So what if I haven't been on the battlefield?" Yixing asked again, "Have you ever killed a dog from the East Fu nation?" Xian's imposing manner weakened again. His talent was very high, and he had always been valued by his family. Even if he wandered, he would wander within a certain range. Not to mention killing a person from the East Fu nation, he had never even seen one before. Xian said, "So what if I haven't killed one before? But I will never use a weapon from the East Fu nation, unlike a scum like you, carrying a weapon from the East Fu nation on your body every day. Do you still have the Luo Xing kingdom in your heart?" In order to put on airs, Xian also shouted at Yixing towards the end of his sentence. Yixing no longer looked at Xian, but raised his scimitar, looked at the disciples, and said, "Senior and junior brothers, do you know where this scimitar came from?" "Senior brother Yi, please speak." Chu Jingyue's voice sounded. He knew that there must be a reason why Yixing carried a weapon from the East Fu nation on his body. Yixing said, "A few months ago, the East Fu nation's army invaded my Luo Xing kingdom. Everyone hasn't forgotten about it, right? Of course not. Zishan Ho displayed his invincible might and annihilated a 200,000-strong army from the East Fu nation. He also killed the enemy's commander, giving our army a complete victory. Many disciples were very concerned about this matter, and they were very clear about it. Yi Xing said, I am from the Zishan County. I have fought with the 200,000-strong army that Zishan Ho annihilated. This scimitar was the spoil of war I obtained from killing the first East Fu nation's army. In the battle after that, I killed dozens of Dong Fu army's generals. Only this scimitar was left behind as a souvenir. Although we won that battle, our side also suffered great losses. 3 of my comrades in the same squad fell in that battle. I was seriously injured and was saved by Zishan Ho. That was how I managed to escape from death. This scimitar has too many memories of me. Whenever I feel it, I can recall the battle in East Mountain City. I can recall the comrades who left me. Why can't I carry it with me every day? Yi Xing's voice was agitated and filled with anger. He turned around and stared at Xian Zhuiyuan as he shouted, You have never been on the battlefield, never killed a East Fu nation's dog, and only grew up in a stable environment. How dare you call me a scum? Below, the disciples looked at each other in dismay. They were all stunned. They never thought that Yi Xing would have such an experience. These people, compared to ordinary warriors, which one of them was not a genius? Which one of them had been on the battlefield and fought with the East Fu nation's people? But Yi Xing had fought head-on with the East Fu nation's people and killed them. His comrades also died in the hands of the East Fu nation's people. How could they have the qualifications to question Yi Xing? Xian Zhuiyuan lost all his momentum after hearing Yi Xing's words. He was like a defeated rooster, dejected. This, junior brother Yi, I misunderstood you. Today I won't fight with you. Xian Zhuiyuan said in a panic and wanted to leave the stage. Wait. Yi Xing stopped him, You won't fight with me, but I want to challenge you, the outer sex number 1. The 4th chapter has ended. Today's monthly votes are so bleak. Only 0 votes, brothers. There's not much time left for this month. There are only 4 days left. And the arrow god is still very far away from the new book's number 1. Many brothers advised me to focus on my health and write less if I have a headache. They can understand and I express my gratitude. But I've persevered for this month. How can I not persevere in the last few days? There are still 4 days left. I will do my best to write more chapters. Whether or not I can take the new book's number 1 monthly votes, I can only rely on my brothers and sisters. I took a look. This month, I have 2 monthly votes from reading. I have to hurry up and vote. Otherwise, 0 votes will be too ugly. Brothers, please take a look at the voting booth. Is there one more vote? Just 1 monthly vote, is that okay? Chapter 178. Heh. All the disciples' eyes lit up. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that there would be another wave. Yi Xing actually took the initiative to challenge Xian Zhuiyuan. This made all the disciples' spirits rise. Xian Zhuiyuan was the outer sex number 1, and was known as the Little Sword Saint. There was no doubt about his strength, he was extremely powerful. The disciples didn't expect that Yi Xing would take the initiative to challenge Xian Zhuiyuan when he already gave Xian Zhuiyuan no reason to find trouble with him. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Xian Zhuiyuan's expression also changed. Originally, he was defeated by Yi Xing's words, like a defeated rooster, dejectedly wanting to step down from the battle stage. However, Yi Xing's challenge made his gaze focus, and his aura once again condensed. His purpose on the stage was to take care of Yi Xing. What Yi Xing's scimitar was Dong Fu's weapon, it was just an excuse to make a move. Now that he had no way to make a move, Yi Xing taking the initiative to challenge him was exactly what he wanted. Xian Zhuiyuan turned around, and his gaze turned sharp again. You challenge me? Yi Xing nodded, that's right. Xian Zhuiyuan was happy that he had the opportunity to take care of Yi Xing, but at the same time, he was angry that Yi Xing dared to challenge him. Yi Xing challenged him because he thought he could defeat him. Although this was only Yi Xing's opinion, it still made Xian Zhuiyuan unhappy. This was a challenge to his prestige as the outer sect's #1 disciple. Xian Zhuiyuan sneered, "You're seeking your own death." Many disciples agreed with Xian Zhuiyuan's words. Yi Xing smiled indifferently, "Hee hee. Blind confidence is not a good thing." Xian Zhuiyuan's face turned green. Ever since he became the outer sect's #1, he had the title of Little Sword Saint, dominating the outer sect's #1, and no one dared to challenge him. Yi Xing was just a new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 months, and the implication was that his strength wasn't enough. How could Xian Zhuiyuan not be angry? Xian Zhuiyuan raised his hand, and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. It was a superior-grade mortal weapon. "You are the one who is blindly confident. Today, I will let you know the price of arrogance." Xian Zhuiyuan coldly snorted. The brilliance of the sword in his hand exploded, and like lightning, it suddenly pierced towards Yi Xing's heart. Xian Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword art was a sword art that emphasized speed. He had cultivated the flowing light sword art to the acme of perfection. His speed was so fast that it was almost like a ray of flowing light. At least, in Yi Xing's eyes, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was only a ray of light, and there was no sword shadow at all. Such a fast sword strike surpassed the reaction ability of the vast majority of martial artists. Before they could block it, the sword would pierce through their heart, killing them instantly. Even if they were all half-martial Sacred Realm experts, there were very few who could block Xian Zhuiyuan's attack. Only the top 10 half-martial Sacred Realm experts of the outer disciples would have a chance. The title of Little Sword Saint was not given by Xian Zhuiyuan himself, but by others. It could be seen that his sword art was indeed extremely terrifying. Looking at the sword that was like a ray of flowing light, even if the disciples weren't affected by the spirit of the sword, their hearts instantly turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to dodge this sword no matter what. Then, how would Yi Xing block it? Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's terrifying sword, Yi Xing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although Yi Xing had seen the secret manual of the flowing light sword art, he had never cultivated it. Yi Xing was proficient in fist and leg techniques, as well as archery. Yi Xing knew that unless he used archery, no matter what kind of martial arts he used, he wouldn't be able to match the speed of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword. However, Yi Xing only revealed a surprised expression. He wasn't shocked, nor was he afraid. Origin returning energy. Facing this sword, Yi Xing didn't dodge. The inner strength of Origin returning energy instantly condensed in the palm of his right hand. Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's sword, he grabbed it. No matter how fast Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was, it couldn't be faster than Yi Xing's grab. In an instant, the tip of the sword pierced Yi Xing's palm. The sword light instantly dissipated under the dazzling inner strength of Origin returning energy. The tip of the sword couldn't pierce through it. When it was still half an inch away from Yi Xing's palm, it couldn't go any further. On the dueling platform, the two seemed to be still. Palm and sword were facing each other, separated by half an inch, but they couldn't touch each other. Below the dueling stage, all the disciples were stunned. They were dumbfounded. They never expected that Yi Xing could block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength. How terrifying was the power of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword? How destructive was it? Even a half-step martial sage with the same cultivation as him couldn't block this sword with just celestial essence. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the Star Shatterer realm. He hadn't cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance, and the inner strength in his body hadn't been converted into celestial essence. Yet, he was able to block it. This didn't make sense at all. Even the Origin returning energy, which was known for its vigorous inner strength, couldn't compete with celestial essence when cultivated to the limit. How could he block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength? However, Yi Xing did it. The fact was right in front of their eyes. How could this not shock all the disciples to the point of being dumbstruck? Naturally, they didn't know that Yi Xing's origin returning energy had been improved by the super brain. Moreover, it wasn't just the 6th stage, but the 7th stage. The 7th layer of the returning essence inner strength was even better than the 50% conversion of celestial essence. Moreover, the origin returning energy was a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. Now that Yi Xing's top-grade martial skill had reached the transformation realm, the power of the origin returning energy naturally rose as well. In terms of the strength of inner strength, Yi Xing's celestial essence was no weaker than Xian Zhuiyuan's. In terms of martial skills, Yi Xing's origin returning energy wasn't inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword art. Since the origin returning energy was condensed together, its attack power and defensive power were extremely high. Naturally, it could block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword. This is impossible. After a full 3 breaths of time, Xian Zhuiyuan still couldn't stab forward. Even he couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Xing laughed. Impossible? How could the facts in front of them be impossible? Xian Zhuiyuan couldn't pierce through the origin returning energy in Yi Xing's palm. He immediately withdrew his sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword was like a flowing light, sweeping towards Yi Xing's waist. The flowing light sword art's secret was only one word, and that was fast. As long as it was fast to a certain extent, so fast that the opponent couldn't react in time, one sword could easily take the opponent's life. Unfortunately, although Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was fast, Yi Xing wasn't slow either. It was impossible to reach a speed where Yi Xing couldn't react in time. Yi Xing's 2 palms struck out consecutively. 2 balls of sharp inner strength in his palms blocked Xian Zhuiyuan's sword attack one after another. Xian Zhuiyuan's fast sword attack couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. At this moment, the disciples had already recovered from their stupefied state. However, their expressions were still shocked. It was hard to imagine that Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. How could his strength reach the same level as Xian Zhuiyuan? Xian Zhuiyuan's cultivation and martial skills had both reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Logically speaking, other than the martial saint realm, no other martial artist could suppress or even contend against him. However, Yi Xing was able to fight him to a standstill. What they didn't know was that Yi Xing wasn't inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan in terms of inner strength or martial skills. The only thing that he was slightly inferior to was his martial skills. However, the difference wasn't too great. Moreover, the current confrontation between the two was a competition of inner strength and martial skills. Physical strength didn't have much to do with it. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged another 10 moves. All the disciples were shocked to the point of being numb. Their expressions changed from sluggishness to shock, and then to excitement. They stared intently at the battle between Yi Xing and Xian Zhuiyuan, afraid that they would miss a single moment. Is this the end of your sword art? All of a sudden, Yi Xing shouted coldly and slashed with his hands. His martial skills didn't change. It was still the origin restoration force. However, Yi Xing's attack was much more powerful. The inner strength he used was also much more vigorous. As he waved his hands, the origin restoration force turned into a light screen. It gathered around him like a round light shield, protecting him. Ding 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 ding, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword pierced the inner strength light shield. Although it was dented a lot, it couldn't pierce through. Instead, it made a sound of objects colliding. All the attacks were blocked. Oh my God! How can there be such a vigorous inner strength? It's almost like a martial saint's attack. When the disciples saw this, they were once again shocked and cried out in surprise. The 7th level of the origin restoration force was not only powerful, but also very vigorous. In this aspect, it was almost comparable to a martial saint star essence. It was impossible for a half-step martial saint star essence to form a light shield to protect the whole body. Only a martial saint could do it. However, the 7th level of the origin restoration force could also do it. Xian Zhuiyuan couldn't pierce through Yi Xing's returning origin inner strength light shield. Furthermore, when the treasured sword pierced through the light shield, it would be affected by the returning origin inner strength. Between piercing and withdrawing, the speed of the sword would be greatly reduced. Originally, Yuan's sword was very fast. Although Yi Xing could block it, he had to use all his strength. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Now that Yuan's sword speed had decreased, Yi Xing's counterattack began in an instant. Even though the origin restoration force had turned into a light shield to protect the whole body, Yi Xing's origin restoration force was still profound. The sharpness of the inner strength condensed in his palm didn't change. He waved his left palm and instantly slapped the tip of the sword. Yuan's sword was a little slower and was suddenly pushed to the side. At the same time, Yi Xing's right palm also carried a bright inner strength and suddenly slapped forward, directly towards Yuan's chest. Yuan was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and instantly retracted his sword to block. Dang, the sword vibrated and made an explosive sound. Yuan was hit hard and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Yuan flew back more than 10 meters. After landing, he retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging. He couldn't hold his breath and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The disciples were stunned again. Yuan was injured? He lost just like that? Yi Xing also thought so. He cupped his hands towards Yuan. Thank you for letting me win. You think I lost just like that? Unexpectedly, Yuan shouted and didn't admit defeat. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand disappeared and another sword appeared. It was bright and resplendent, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. Someone exclaimed, "Spiritual weapon? Will the monthly votes break 200 today? It's not far." Chapter 179. Ordinary Martial, Spirit Martial, Black Martial. Ordinary Weapon, Spirit Weapon, Profound Weapon. In the Star Continent, martial arts, weapons, herbs, they were all classified according to ordinary level, spirit level, profound level. Top grade ordinary weapons were still ordinary weapons and were not in the same realm as spirit weapons. No matter how good an ordinary weapon was, it was only sharp. However, spirit weapons could affect a martial artist's strength. The sword that Yuan had just taken out was a low-rank spirit weapon. However, even though it was a low-rank spirit weapon, it was still an incomparably precious item. Even martial saints might not possess a low-rank spirit weapon. For a martial saint clan, a low-grade spirit weapon could be the clan's treasure. From this, it could be seen how precious a low-grade spirit weapon was. For a half-step martial saint to have a low-grade spirit weapon, it would make people jealous and envious. Since a low-grade spirit weapon was so precious, it naturally had a great effect. With a low-grade spirit weapon, Yuan's strength would increase by at least 30%. Originally, Yuan's strength was already very strong. He was almost at the peak of the martial saint realm. Increasing his strength by 30% was quite terrifying. When Yi Xing saw Yuan take out a spirit weapon, his face instantly became more dignified. Yuan did not admit defeat. He took out a spirit weapon and wanted to fight again. It would be difficult for Yi Xing to easily defeat him again. Yi Xing's face was dignified. He valued his opponent's strength, not fear. He carefully looked at the spirit weapon in Yuan's hand. I didn't expect you to have a spirit weapon. Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not injured. He only spat out a mouthful of blood because he could not suppress his surging qi and blood. He basically did not lose any battle strength. Yuan smiled. Isn't your inner strength very strong? I want to see how strong it is and whether it can block the attack of a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon could even break through a martial saint star essence defense. How could inner strength defend against it? When the disciples heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Even though Yi Xing had just repelled Yuan and shocked them, they didn't think that Yi Xing was a match for Yuan who possessed a spirit weapon. However, this was not because of the lack of strength, but because of the weapon. Even some of the older disciples felt pity for Yi Xing. During the ranking, it did not matter if you used a spirit weapon or not. Instead, it depended on the outcome of the duel. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing could have defeated Xian Zhuiyuan and obtained first place, obtaining a generous reward. But in the end, because of a spirit weapon, he lost all of this. It was truly a pity. Just now, Yi Xing had repelled Xian Zhuiyuan and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Many of the older disciples were convinced by Yi Xing's heaven-defying battle prowess. Of course, there were also some older disciples who had a strong prejudice against Yi Xing. They were happy to see Xian Zhuiyuan deal with Yi Xing. Seeing Xian Zhuiyuan take out a spirit weapon, they all showed a gloating expression. For example, Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong, and the older disciples who were close to the two of them or close to Xian Zhuiyuan. Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's confident smile, the dignified expression on Yi Xing's face faded and the corner of his mouth curled up. This did not mean that Yi Xing was underestimating his opponent. Instead, his expression was introverted and he took it seriously in his heart. There was also a faint smile on his face. Yi Xing said, "Weapons are dead, people are alive." Spirit weapons are indeed powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. If a martial saint uses it, its power will naturally be terrifying and unstoppable. As for you, Yi Xing did not finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Even if Xian Zhuiyuan took out a spirit weapon, he was not afraid. Xian Zhuiyuan snorted, "Ignorant brat, today I will let you experience the power of a spirit weapon." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Zhuiyuan had already launched an attack on Yi Xing. The sword technique was still the same. The moves were still the same. The one who used the flowing light sword technique was still the same person. However, when Xian Zhuiyuan made his move, Yi Xing felt an incomparably sharp aura. Not only could he feel the sharp aura on his skin, he could also feel it in his heart. The power of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was much stronger than before. It was all because the weapon had been changed from a normal weapon to a low-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xing had already removed the inner strength light shield outside his body. The returning origin force was so scattered that it could not block the spirit weapon in the slightest. It was useless. Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's sword, Yi Xing still used the returning origin force. When this martial art reached the transformation stage, it could completely dominate the world with one move. Without the spirit martial force, he could match it. However, Yi Xing had only used one hand to block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword. Now, he used both hands. The inner strength in his palms condensed into a ball. The power was much stronger as it blocked the spirit weapon. However, even so, the tip of the sword pierced through the inner strength like cutting through tofu. Most of the disciples were astounded as their hearts skipped a beat. They immediately performed a spell on behalf of Yi Xing. How sharp was the spirit weapon? If this sword continued to attack, not to mention piercing a hole in Yi Xing's body, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword would be able to cut through Yi Xing's palms. Yi Xing's heart suddenly tightened. He had finally witnessed the power of a spirit weapon. It was not as simple as increasing one's strength. It could also break through inner strength and star essence defense. Otherwise, even if the opponent's strength increased by 30%, it would be impossible to cut through his returning origin force like tofu. Fortunately, Yi Xing did not think of using the returning origin force to block the opponent's sword. The moment the sharp inner strength light touched the tip of the spirit weapon, Yi Xing immediately used the sharp inner strength light to wrap around the spirit weapon and move it to the side. In an instant, the spirit weapon's attack trajectory changed and stabbed to the side. This time, it was Xian Zhuiyuan's turn to be shocked. He never expected that Yi Xing would be able to change the trajectory of his attack in such a short period of time. This was simply an impossible feat. How fast and powerful was this sword strike of his? Unless Yi Xing could see the flaw of this sword, or even the trajectory of the power, how could he do it? However, in such a short time, how could he see the flaw of the sword and the trajectory of the power? Xian Zhuiyuan could not believe that Yi Xing had such eyesight. However, Xian Zhuiyuan's guess was not wrong. Yixing did have such eyesight. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Yixing did not only see the flaw of his sword through his eyesight, but also through the superbrain scan. Not only did he see the flaw of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword, but Yixing also saw the circulation of his celestial essence and inner strength. Yixing had already completely grasped the truth and falsehood of Xian Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship. Even the spirit of Xian Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship couldn't affect Yixing. Therefore, Yixing was naturally able to easily change the trajectory of his attack. Even if the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand was a spirit weapon, it was useless. No matter how sharp or powerful a weapon was, it had to hit the target for it to be effective. If it could not even touch the target, how could it hurt? Xian Zhuiyuan did not believe it. He changed the trajectory of his sword and decisively retracted it. In an instant, he attacked in a different direction. As for Yixing, he still condensed the inner strength in his two palms and slapped the tip of the spirit weapon. It was as if the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand deliberately pierced the inner strength in Yixing's palms. Yixing's strength changed and guided the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand to the side. At the same time, Yixing used the cloud goose steps and quickly approached Xian Zhuiyuan. A sword was not a short blade. The closer one was, the more difficult it would be to use the sword. Yixing's super brain scanned Xian Zhuiyuan and understood the opponent's every move. Where the opponent wanted to attack, even before the body moved, Yixing could determine it based on the circulation of the inner strength in his body. Once he got close, the opponent was naturally not his opponent. As Yixing moved forward, Xian Zhuiyuan retreated backward. He naturally knew that there was no advantage to being too close. Below the duel stage, the disciples were completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Xian Zhuiyuan had already taken out his spirit weapon, but he was still forced to retreat by Yixing. The two of them, one advancing and one retreating, were extremely fast. Soon, they reached the edge of the duel stage. Xian Zhuiyuan had nowhere to retreat. If he retreated any further, he would be out of the duel stage. In a duel between two people, the other was forced out of the duel stage. This was a sign of defeat. Xian Zhuiyuan stopped retreating, but Yixing did not stop and continued to press forward. Kill! Xian Zhuiyuan was forced into a rage. With a loud shout, the blade of his sword was like a ray of light. At this moment, all the strength in his body completely exploded and slashed at Yixing's waist. Yixing immediately used both his palms to meet the attack. The inner strength in his palms blocked the blade of the sword in an instant. Crash! The inner strength was instantly sliced apart by the spirit weapon. However, before it could be completely sliced apart, the spirit weapon was affected by a force and moved upwards. At the same time, Yixing, who was close enough to Xian Zhuiyuan, used his second trump card. Supreme Grade Martial Art Whip Wind Kick. Yixing instantly swept out his leg. The whip wind kick integrated with the wind force. Its speed was not inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword technique. At this moment, the spirit weapon in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand was guided by Yixing's returning origin inner strength and changed its attack trajectory. Although the sword was not completely moved, it still greatly delayed the time. Before the spirit weapon's sword could sweep Yixing's body, Xian Zhuiyuan had already been hit by Yixing's whip wind kick. Bang! With a loud explosion, Xian Zhuiyuan was instantly sent flying by Yixing's kick. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Yixing's attack power was not low. Xian Zhuiyuan took the kick head-on. If it wasn't for his extraordinary attainments in the body-refining technique, this kick was enough to seriously injure him. Even so, he still spat out blood. His injury was not light. Xian Zhuiyuan fell far away while Yixing stood at the edge of the duel stage, revealing a victorious smile. This time, Xian Zhuiyuan was completely defeated. From now on, the title of number 1 in the outer sect was changed and belonged to Yixing. And for becoming number 1 in the outer sect, Yixing would receive a generous reward from the sect, a total of 30 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Below the duel stage, there was silence. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Enchanting used a spirit weapon sword, but he was still defeated by Yixing. This was too unbelievable. How was this still a person? This was simply a monster. This was the thought in all the disciples' hearts at this moment. The episode, number 1 in the outer sect, had ended. The next episode, Star Awakening, 20 chapters in one episode, Yixing would soon become a martial saint. Today, I still need 20 more votes to break 200 votes in a single day. Please complete it. In addition, tomorrow will be in the public mass way. XIN, please search EK Chocolate, posted Wei Qingyan's picture. Yixing's picture was also in hand and would be posted soon. Chapter 180. What? You're ranked first in the outer sect so soon. Did you really defeat the little sword Saint Enchanting? Last time, when Yixing received the top 3 rewards in the affairs hall, the deacon of the affairs hall was already surprised. Today, he was even more surprised and asked 3 questions in a row. Yixing looked as usual. This matter should be known by all the outer sect disciples. Wait. I'll send someone to verify it. The deacon of the affairs hall sent someone to verify. Soon, the person came back with a shocked face and confirmed the fact. 30 top-grade accumulating star pills were in his hands. That night, Yixing took 3 top-grade accumulating star pills. Once he refined and absorbed them, his cultivation would be completely consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. At that time, he could learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance, transform his internal strength into star essence, and stride towards the martial saint realm. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Yixing's cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly and reached the peak of the 9th level. The next day, Yixing still went to the array source valley to practice the illusion array. After practicing for a day, Yixing applied to the sect to learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance. As the first disciple of the outer sect, Yixing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level. No one could stop him from learning the spiritual martial arts inheritance. Naturally, he was quickly approved by the sect. Martial Pavilion. Yixing did not get the permission to enter the 2nd floor directly. Instead, the elder of the martial pavilion gave him an introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance and asked Yixing to choose one first and then get the cultivation manual. This made Yixing very depressed. He planned to enter the 2nd floor of the martial pavilion and use his super brain to scan and store all the spiritual martial arts inside. However, he could not go up. Yixing could only follow the sect's rules and read the introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance first and then choose a spiritual martial arts inheritance. According to the introduction book, the inheritance could be divided into 2 or 3 categories according to the division method. According to the 2 main categories, they could be divided into elemental inheritance and non-elemental inheritance. Among them, elemental inheritance was further divided into many subcategories, such as fire, water, wood, wind, lightning, and so on. As for the attributeless inheritance, the celestial essence cultivated would have no attribute and would be pure celestial essence. Although compared to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence, pure celestial essence was slightly inferior to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence in the same realm, it still had its advantages. Cultivating an elemental inheritance might be powerful, but it also limited a martial artist's path. That was because one could only cultivate martial arts of that elemental attribute based on their celestial essence. For example, with a fire-attributed inheritance, if one cultivated a fire-attributed celestial essence, then one could only learn fire-attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. As for water, thunder, and other martial arts with other attributes, one could forget about it. On the other hand, with a non-attributed martial inheritance, one could cultivate non-attributed celestial essence and learn any martial arts, whether it was attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. Of course, martial artists were not limited to cultivating one type of inheritance. They could cultivate 2 or even 3 types of inheritance. If they cultivated different types of inheritance, they could naturally learn different types of martial arts. However, the more inheritances one cultivated, the more energy one would have, and the more chaotic the celestial essence in one's body would become, which was not a good thing. Generally speaking, many martial artists would cultivate two types of inheritances. One was the non-attributed inheritance, while the other was the attribute inheritance that suited one's physique. In this way, one would not only have the power of an elemental inheritance, but also the convenience of a non-attributed inheritance. This way, one's path would not be too narrow and one would not be able to cultivate a powerful martial art because of conflicting attributes. According to the three major categories, inheritances were further divided into offensive, defensive, and auxiliary categories. Literally, it could be understood that for attack-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong offensive power. For defensive-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong defensive power. For auxiliary-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have different effects. These three categories did not conflict with the previous two categories. Among the three categories, each one was divided into two types, attributed and non-attributed. Therefore, to choose an inheritance, one had to choose from two aspects. First, one had to look at one's physique, whether it was suitable for an attribute inheritance or a non-attributed inheritance. This was an objective choice. Second, one had to look at one's personal preferences, whether it was offensive, defensive, or auxiliary. The Spiritual Martial Arts Introduction book introduced many kinds of spiritual martial inheritances, all of which were low-rank spiritual martial inheritances. 9 Yang Art, Fire Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Fire Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, 9 scorching celestial essences would form in the body. The power would be terrifying, just like 9 suns that could release real flames. 10,000 Water Art, Water Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Water Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, countless drops of celestial essence would form in the body and suddenly attack like a rainstorm. Even a martial artist with a higher cultivation could be killed by the rainstorm of celestial essence. Greenwood Heart Cultivation Method, Wood Attribute Inheritance, Auxiliary Type. Cultivates Wood Attribute Celestial Essence. It has healing effects and can save people and oneself. Golden Armor Art, Metal Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Metal Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a layer of golden armor that could ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Pure Essence Art, Non-Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Pure Essence Celestial Essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. Yellow Dragon Art, Earth Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Earth Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a yellow dragon to protect the body. It can ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Primeval Chaos Art, Non-Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Primeval Chaos Celestial Essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can defend against all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. There were many more at the back. Yixing flipped through the introduction book from beginning to end and read through all the spiritual martial inheritances. In the end, Yixing chose the Pure Essence Art. It was better to practice well than to practice more. Yixing still decided to focus on practicing a legacy. As for learning theoretical knowledge, he was naturally open to all, and would not reject anyone who came to him. The reason why he chose the Pure Essence Art was that the Pure Essence Art was very powerful. Although it was a non-attribute inheritance, it could sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. From this, one could see that if he successfully cultivated it, it would not lose out to the power of an attribute inheritance. Secondly, the pure essence art was a non-attribute inheritance, which suited Yi Xing's needs. Yi Xing only wanted to specialize in one of the inheritances. However, he wanted to learn more about other martial arts. A non-attribute inheritance was just right, as he could cultivate any martial arts. Thirdly, Yi Xing's personal hobby was to attack. Therefore, between the pure essence art and the primordial chaos art, which were the two strongest non-attribute inheritances, Yi Xing chose the pure essence art. Seeing Yi Xing choose the pure essence art, the martial pavilion elder was a little surprised and tried to dissuade him. Although the pure essence art is powerful and can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm, it is not easy to cultivate. My Falling Star sect has been established for hundreds of years, but the number of people who have successfully cultivated it is not more than 5. It is rare to see a person who has successfully cultivated the pure essence art in 100 years. If you are not an extremely outstanding martial arts genius, you cannot cultivate it. This martial pavilion elder obviously did not understand Yi Xing. Only martial arts geniuses could cultivate an inheritance. Wasn't it just right for Yi Xing? There was no other inheritance more suitable for him than the pure essence art. Moreover, the pure essence art also had a very important point, that is, the purity of celestial essence. In the future, when cultivating a higher level inheritance, the conversion of celestial essence would be more convenient, without any hidden dangers. Yi Xing smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder sighed. Sigh, young people are too ambitious. They won't turn back until they hit a wall. Just wait, I will give you the secret manual soon. The martial pavilion elder instructed a deacon. Not long after, the deacon returned from the second floor of the martial pavilion with the secret manual of the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder passed the pure yuan technique to Yi Xing and said, if you choose other inheritances, there are still elders in the sect who can teach you. However, for this pure yuan technique, in the past 100 years, only Grandmaster Lin has successfully cultivated it. Grandmaster Lin is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out to teach you. If you insist on learning this pure yuan technique, you will have to figure it out yourself. Of course, without martial arts talent, you will not be able to learn it even if someone teaches you. If you are really a martial arts genius, you will be able to learn it even if no one teaches you. Yi Xing accepted the pure essence art. Thank you, elder, I will study diligently. The martial pavilion elder nodded. I will give you the secret manual for 1 month. You are not allowed to spread it out or lose it. If you break the rules, you will be expelled from the sect. After 1 month, you will return the secret manual. If you have any achievements, you can continue to cultivate it. If there are no results, then you can change to another inheritance. After Yi Xing left the martial pavilion, he went straight back to his residence. He took out the pure essence art and started to read it. The first step was to scan the contents of the pure essence art into his super brain, Yi Xing. The feeling of reading the contents in the secret manual and having it appear in his mind was completely different. The latter allowed Yi Xing to have a deeper understanding. Not long after, Yi Xing understood the contents of the pure essence art. The pure essence art was a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. It could be cultivated up to the 5th level of the star vortex realm. It was divided into 7 levels. With each level of attainment, the star origin would be purified and its power would be stronger. The current Yi Xing was no longer an idiot who knew nothing about martial arts. He knew a lot about cultivation. The low-grade spiritual martial inheritance was also divided into levels. Some could be cultivated up to the 3rd level of the star vortex realm, some could be cultivated up to the 4th level, and some could be cultivated up to the 5th level. Those who could cultivate up to the 5th level of the star vortex realm were definitely the most impressive low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. No wonder the pure essence art could sweep away the star origin of the same level. It was definitely the top among the low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. Of course, it was very difficult to cultivate an inheritance to the highest level. It was only possible if one was an extremely talented person. Therefore, it was very difficult to cultivate up to the 2nd or 3rd level of the star vortex realm for low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. It could be said that cultivating up to the fourth level of the star vortex realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Although the pure essence art was only a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance, and after cultivating to the star vortex realm, it would not be long before he would have to cultivate a higher grade inheritance. However, Yixing attached great importance to the pure essence art. The transformation of inner strength into star origin was an important process. The more thorough the transformation, the better the effect for future cultivation. Last 3 days, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 181. After thoroughly studying the pure elemental method, Yixing began to cultivate the pure elemental method. For other martial artists, the pure elemental method was extremely difficult to cultivate, but in front of Yixing, it was as easy as water flowing through a canal. The difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method lay in the cultivation of the pure elemental celestial essence, which was extremely strong. Every time one cultivated a trace of pure elemental celestial essence, it required a lot of star power. If one did not have enough star power, it would be impossible to cultivate the pure elemental method. This point was not only related to the martial artist's physique, but also related to the astrological aspect. Sensing the stars, absorbing the star power, this point was closely related to the astrological aspect. Then, how much of the absorbed star power could be converted into one's own use, this was closely related to one's destiny. In other words, if one's astrological aspect was average or even average, then one would not be able to cultivate the pure elemental method. Yixing cultivated the pure elemental method without any difficulties, just like water flowing through a canal. From this, one could see that his astrological aspect was more than enough to cultivate the pure elemental method. Of course, the reason why cultivating the pure elemental method was difficult was not only because of the high astrological aspect, but also because of other aspects. Cultivating the pure elemental method was very complicated, and as long as there was a mistake in the middle, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. This required a super powerful brain to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the cultivation. For this reason, the number of people excluded was more than the astrological aspect. It could even be said that more than 90% of the people who failed to cultivate the pure elemental method failed because of this reason. But this point, for Yixing, was not a problem at all. His brain was more powerful than the smartest brain in the world. Not to mention the difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method, even if the difficulty was 10 times higher, his super brain would still be able to remember all the details and cultivate it without any mistakes. Therefore, the pure elemental method, which was an inheritance in the falling star sect that only one person could successfully cultivate in 100 years, in the hands of Yixing, cultivating it was as simple as drinking tea. After determining that he could cultivate it, Yixing took 3 accumulating star pills at once and continued to cultivate, speeding up his cultivation. A day later, Yixing could feel that there was an extra force in his body that was different from internal strength. It was more than 10 times more powerful than internal strength. Pure origin celestial essence. The strength of pure essence celestial essence was much stronger than ordinary celestial essence. In fact, it was even stronger than celestial essence of the same level. Of course, it was very powerful. Even the 7th layer of returning essence internal strength was not even 1/10 of it. Yixing's super brain scanned and measured the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body. Although the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body was very small, not even 1/1000th of the pure essence celestial essence, the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body was reduced by about 3%. What did this mean? This meant that 3% of his returning essence internal strength had already been converted into pure celestial essence. This was a very rare speed in just 1 day. In 10 days, he would be able to convert 30%. In half a month, he would be able to convert 50%, reaching the limits of half martial sage. Although the process of transforming celestial essence would become more difficult the further one progressed, and the real time required would also be longer. Therefore, even if the real time required was twice as long as half a month, it would still only take a little more than a month. In a little over a month, he had gone from the peak of the 9th rank to the limit of the half-step martial sage realm. What kind of concept was this? This was a level that many martial sages and Heaven's Mandate disciples could not achieve even after several years. For example, there were many half-martial sages in the outer court of the Falling Star sect. However, there were less than 10 disciples who had already converted 50% of their internal strength into celestial essence. In comparison, Yixing's speed of transforming celestial essence was simply godly. It seems that it won't be long before I can go to the depths of the Clear Sky mountain range and cultivate the invincible golden body to perfection. This will lay the most solid foundation for breaking through the celestial spiral and becoming a martial sage. Yixing thought in his heart. After cultivating for a day, Yixing went to the array source valley the next day to practice the illusion array. Time flew by, and before he knew it, another half a month had passed. Yixing's illusion array had also reached perfection. The chaotic stone array, the chaotic blade array, and the illusion array had all reached perfection. Yixing had become a level 1 array master and was also qualified to learn level 2 array formations. Today, I will teach you the level 2 killing array, the coiling snake array. Gu Tianshang was very happy to see that Yixing had become a level 1 array master in 2 months. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and taught Yixing the level 2 array formation. Gu Tianshang reminded him, the level 2 array formation is 10 times more difficult than the level 1 array formation. If you learn it successfully, you can kill martial sages. Yixing, you have to work hard. Although Gu Tianshang did not think that he was qualified to be Yixing's master and did not accept Yixing as his disciple, Yixing regarded Gu Tianshang as an existence on par with Zi Shanho. He nodded respectfully and listened carefully to Gu Tianshang. Yixing's memory was terrifying. After listening to Gu Tianshang's explanation, he remembered it all in his super brain without missing a single word. Gu Tianshang listened to Yixing talk about the theory behind the coiling snake formation, and he looked very satisfied. Very good. No matter what you see or hear, you can remember it all at once. No wonder your learning speed is so fast. You already know how to set up the coiling snake formation. My experience might not be suitable for you. You can slowly practice on your own. Yixing nodded and said, Elder Gu, I will be leaving the sect tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to come to Formation Source Valley for a while. Gu Tianshang was surprised. What are you going to do? Yixing said, Disciple will be going out to find an opportunity to become a martial sage. Yixing wanted to become a martial sage within a year. He only had about a month left. If he stayed in the sect, he would not be able to break through the star vortex and become a martial sage in such a short time. If one wanted to be faster, one could only seek out fortuitous encounters. The star continent was filled with miracles. Not to mention becoming a martial sage, even becoming a veritable personage would not be difficult if one had sufficient fortuitous encounters. Gu Tianshang frowned when he heard this. In his opinion, Yixing's talent in formations was monstrous, and his heavenly fate was so low. If he did not wholeheartedly cultivate formations, he would be neglecting his proper occupation. Now, in order to break through to the martial saint realm, he had to leave the sect to look for opportunities. Opportunities were not easy to come by. Opportunities were often proportional to risks. Leaving the sect to look for opportunities was a very dangerous thing to do. Gu Tianshang did not agree to it. What if he died outside? How great of a loss would that be? Furthermore, Yixing was not even a martial sage. The chances of him dying outside were very high. A martial sage could kill him. Although the Falling Star sect's disciples had extraordinary statuses and ordinary people did not dare to provoke them, the Jianghu was still the Jianghu. As long as one roamed the Jianghu, they would definitely be involved in grudges. As long as one was involved, there would be risks. It was impossible to be safe just because one was a Falling Star sect disciple. Even the inner sect disciples who wandered in the Jianghu would often die. The outer sect disciples had low strength and were not valued by the sect, so the chances of them dying in the Jianghu were even higher. Gu Tianshang said, if you study formations wholeheartedly and become a third-level formation master, there will definitely be a large number of experts who will give you whatever you want. If you want to become a martial sage, there will be people who will give you the heavenly treasures needed to become a martial sage. If you want a divine weapon, there will be people who will give you an extremely high-grade divine weapon. At that time, opportunities and fortunes will automatically come to you. Why do you have to risk your life now? Yi Xing was unmoved. He had not become a second-level formation master yet. He was even further away from becoming a third-level formation master. Before becoming a perfected person, the golden age of cultivation was only about 25 years old. Yi Xing obviously wanted to do everything he could to improve his cultivation first. Otherwise, as he grew older, his potential would decrease, and his achievements in martial arts would be extremely limited. Yi Xing was very clear that martial arts was his pursuit, but formations were not. Therefore, he would not affect his martial arts for the sake of formations. Yi Xing said, "Elder Gu, I have made up my mind. Even if I am outside, I will spend time practicing formations every day and strive to learn the coiled snake formation as soon as possible. Once I become a martial sage, I will return to the sect." Seeing Yi Xing's expression, Gu Tianshang knew that Yi Xing had already made up his mind. It was impossible to persuade him otherwise. Gu Tianshang sighed and took out 2 formation discs. Sigh. Yi Xing, I admire your talent in formations. I really don't want you to have an accident when you are outside. These 2 formation discs are for you. One is the second level, demon trapping formation, at the initial stage, and the other is the second level, coiled snake formation, at the initial stage. The first level, demon trapping formation, at the initial stage can trap an intermediate martial sage, while the second level, coiled snake formation, at the initial stage. I hope these 2 formation discs can help you survive if you are in danger. Rank 2 array discs were extremely precious treasures. Array masters needed to inscribe array discs into array discs. Firstly, they needed array discs, star crystals, and array discs. Only array discs could contain such a powerful array discs. Thank you, Elder Gu. Yi Xing did not refuse the formation discs given by Gu Tianshang. He accepted them respectfully. He knew that there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. It was naturally better to have 2 formation discs as protection. After leaving the formation source valley, Yi Xing went to the outer court square of the first peak. Today, another big event happened. The 10th outer court disciple, Chu Jingyue, challenged the 3rd outer court disciple, Ling Yu, after half a month. Ling Yu was originally the 2nd outer court disciple. After Yi Xing eliminated Xian Zhuiyuan, Ling Yu became the 3rd outer court disciple. In terms of strength, Ling Yu and Chao Huarong were about the same. The 2nd and 3rd positions had changed many times, but Ling Yu won more than she lost. In the end, Chao Huarong recognized Ling Yu as the 2nd outer court disciple. Chu Jingyue's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level. With the title palm, she rushed into the top 10 outer court disciples. Now, she had cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance and transformed her internal strength into star essence. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength into star essence. She had become a half-step martial sage and her strength had improved a lot. Therefore, she was aiming for the top 3. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength. This speed was very slow compared to Yi Xing. Yi Xing only used half the time and transformed about 20% of his internal strength. But for others, this speed was very fast. Brothers, the time is running out this month, but the Archer God is still more than 400 votes away from the first place. I am anxious. After writing for 5 years, I finally got the first place in the monthly votes for new books with my real ability. But it was taken away by improper means. Brothers, can you help the Archer God take back the first place that belongs to him? Please, monthly votes. Chapter 182. As a martial arts genius who could challenge those of a higher level, Chu Jingyue's strength had improved greatly after she became a half-step martial sage. She defeated Ling Yu and became the top 3. However, it was impossible for her to become the 2nd. Yuan had also cultivated a supreme-grade martial art to the perfection realm, and his supreme-grade body-refining technique was close to perfection. His strength was at the peak of the martial sage realm. If Chu Jingyue wanted to fight with Yuan, she would have to reach the limit of a half-step martial sage. Congratulations, junior sister Chu. Ha. Compared to senior brother Yi, my results are nothing. Ha, junior sister Chu, it won't be fun if you keep competing with me. Go to the affair hall to get your reward. Don't forget about tomorrow. See you at the affair hall tomorrow morning. The affair hall dealt with the internal affairs of the sect. The sect's rewards were all given out by the affair hall. The affair hall dealt with the external affairs of the sect. The sect's missions were all given out by the affair hall. The next day, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue came to the affair hall early in the morning. According to the sect's rules, outer disciples were not allowed to go down the mountain alone. They had to team up to accept the sect's missions and leave the sect. Since Yi Xing could not leave alone, he had to find a partner. Originally, Yi Xing was looking for Chu Jingnan. However, Chu Jingnan had just broken through to the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm and wanted to continue cultivating in the sect for a while. Chu Jingyue heard from Chu Jingnan that Yi Xing was going to explore the outside world. She took the initiative to find Yi Xing and wanted to team up with him. The two of them had already agreed that they would leave the sect after Chu Jingyue became the 3rd outer disciple and received the reward. There were not many missions that outer disciples could accept. They were not allowed to take on missions such as hunting down bandits or eradicating criminals. Each county had a powerful force. If a Star Tempering Realm martial artist caused trouble, even if he was at the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, he would be easily eliminated by the county marquis mansions. Only when a martial sage caused trouble and the marquises had many things to do, they could not catch bandits every day. Ordinary martial artists could not do anything about it. Therefore, the sect's disciples were needed. Of course, inner disciples, or even core disciples were needed to deal with a martial sage. In fact, if the rebels were strong enough, it was even possible that the elders of the sect would take action. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue accepted a task of collecting medicinal herbs and went down the mountain, inner gate. A small messenger pigeon flew into a certain mansion. A young martial artist was practicing his saber technique in the courtyard. His essence chi was like smoke rising into the sky. His aura was terrifying. He was a martial saint. When the young martial sage saw the pigeon, he sheathed his saber and extended his palm. The little carrier pigeon immediately flew into the young martial saint's hand. The young martial saint took the note from the pigeon's leg and opened it. His face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Yi Xing, you've caused a lot of trouble in the outer sanctum and attracted a lot of attention. It's very troublesome for my Jin prison temple to touch you. I didn't expect you to leave the sect. You're simply courting death. The young martial saint was Jin Xiu Si. He murmured as a terrifying light burst from his eyes. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue first bought 2 demonic horses in the capital at the foot of the mountain. Then, they went to the Blue Cloud Mountains. Yi Xing spurred the horse and galloped wildly. Looking at the vast blue sky, he felt free and at ease again. He couldn't help but let out a long howl. Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, saw Yi Xing's valiant and high-spirited appearance. Deep in her eyes, there was a blurred color. She had an indescribable feeling for Yi Xing. She was completely convinced. This time, she was very happy to be able to carry out a task with Yi Xing and explore the Jianghu. However, her happiness was different from Yi Xing's. The demonic horses were very fast and could travel thousands of miles in a day. Not long after, the two of them were far away from the capital. A mountainous area appeared in front of them. Yi Xing looked into the distance and was surprised. He saw a blue-winged eagle standing on a hillside dozens of miles away. On the back of the blue-winged eagle sat a young man. The distance was too far. Yi Xing couldn't scan the young man's cultivation with his super brain. However, What surprised Yi Xing was that the blue-winged eagle seemed to be looking at him from afar. Yi Xing didn't know the young man on the back of the blue-winged eagle, but he had a bad feeling about him. Perhaps it was because he had been chased by the masked assassin on the blue-winged eagle twice. Yi Xing felt threatened by the person on the blue-winged eagle. Moreover, the blue-winged eagle was looking in the direction of Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. The blue-winged eagle's eyesight was very good. Yi Xing didn't doubt that the blue-winged eagle could see him. As for the young man on the blue-winged eagle, he couldn't see so far unless he also practiced eye techniques. Let's go this way. Yi Xing decisively changed his direction. No matter whether the other party was a threat or not, Yi Xing didn't want to meet him. Chu Jingyue didn't object to Yi Xing's sudden change of direction. She followed Yi Xing to another road. Yi Xing looked at the blue-winged eagle dozens of miles away. After a while, the blue-winged eagle moved. Its head and gaze changed according to Yi Xing's direction. In this way, Yi Xing was sure that the blue-winged eagle was indeed looking at him. Based on the blue-winged eagle's reaction, the young man on the back of the eagle knew that Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had changed their direction. He immediately patted the blue-winged eagle's back. Whoosh! The blue-winged eagle rushed into the sky and flew toward Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. Knowing that the other party was coming for him, Yi Xing didn't panic. He called Chu Jingyue and stopped the horse. He had the demon trapping formation and the coiled snake formation. Even if he encountered an intermediate martial sage, he wouldn't be afraid. He didn't believe that the young man was a noble. What's wrong, senior brother Yi? Chu Jingyue saw Yi Xing stop and asked. I think we're in trouble. Yi Xing pointed in the direction of the blue-winged eagle. The blue-winged eagle was very fast. Chu Jingyue soon saw the figure of the blue-winged eagle and said, There's someone on the eagle's back. When the distance was close enough, Yi Xing scanned the other party's cultivation. He was at the 3rd level of the Star Vortex realm, a 3-star martial sage. Yi Xing raised his hand and the piercing cloud bow and the blue sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. At the same time, he frowned slightly. If the other party was a 2-star martial sage, Yi Xing could kill him with the coiled snake formation. However, if the other party was a 3-star martial sage, the ordinary coiled snake formation recorded in the formation might not be able to deal with him. After all, the formation in the form of a formation disc was the weakest. If he used the demon trapping formation to deal with him, Yi Xing felt that it would be a loss. It felt like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. A small success demon trapping formation could trap an intermediate martial sage. After thinking for a while, Yi Xing activated a recording formation. Who are you? If you dare to come closer, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yi Xing put an arrow on the bowstring and pointed at the blue-winged eagle, shouting loudly. The blue-winged eagle landed on a small hill 2 miles away. The young man jumped down from the eagle's back. Who am I? The young man shouted loudly. His voice was passionate and murderous. Yi Xing, do you still remember the Zhenxiang temple of the Ziyang College? Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. He instantly reacted. You are the elder brother of the Zhenxiang temple, Zhenxiu. Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, was surprised. He exclaimed, Zhenxiu. The 10th inner disciple, Zhenxiu. No wonder Chu Jingyue was surprised. The 10th inner disciple was an influential figure among the inner disciples. As for the outer disciples, the inner disciples were already unreachable. Yes, it's me. The murderous intent in Zhenxiu's eyes grew stronger. He took a step forward and floated more than 100 meters. He walked toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you killed my younger brother. Today, I will cut you into pieces as a sacrifice to my brother's soul in heaven. Yi Xing looked calm. When he was about to shoot the arrow, he heard Chu Jingyue say loudly, Senior brother Zhen, the sex rules forbid disciples from killing each other. As an inner disciple, are you going to violate the sex rules? Zhenxiu snorted coldly and said, the sect also has rules. If a disciple has a grudge, they can settle it in the life and death arena or outside the sect. He is only protected in the sect. Now that he has left the sect, it is time for us to settle our grudge. Die, Yi Xing. As he spoke, Zhenxiu Si was already within 1,000 steps of Yi Xing whoosh. Yi Xing did not say anything else. The blue sandalwood arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot toward Zhenxiu Si. Yi Xing's inner strength was very strong now. He still had 20% of pure star essence. The stacking wave arrow art had reached 14 stacks. 10 stacks could threaten a martial sage who had just stepped into the star vortex realm. 14 stacks could kill a 1-star martial sage. Even a 2-star martial sage would be threatened. However, Zhenxiu Si was not a 2-star martial sage, nor was he a 1-star martial sage. He was a 3-star martial sage. Moreover, he was a 3-star martial sage with extremely high combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the top 10 of the inner disciples. Zhenxiu Si did not use any weapon. He only circulated his star essence and grabbed forward. A palm covered in flames caught the blue sandalwood arrow directly. Obviously, Zhenxiu Si cultivated the fire inheritance. Yi Xing's arrow could kill a 1-star martial sage. However, it was nothing in front of Zhenxiu Si. It was like a child throwing a tree branch. So your strength has reached such a level. The power of this arrow can kill a 1-star martial sage. What a pity. Zhenxiu Si's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his light body technique to quickly approach Yi Xing. What a pity. Your opponent today is me, Zhenxiu Si. Even if your strength is doubled, you will still die. Senior brother Yi, run. Chu Jingyue shouted when she saw Zhenxiu Si rushing towards her. She immediately jumped off her horse and stood between Yi Xing and Zhenxiu Si. Yi Xing looked at Chu Jingyue in surprise. He did not expect her to help Zhenxiu Si, the 10th-ranked inner disciple. Yi Xing's surprise only lasted for a moment. He took out the demon trapping array and threw it at Zhenxiu Si. Child's play. Zhenxiu Si shouted coldly. He continued to circulate his star essence and grabbed the array with his flaming palm. However, before the array landed in his palm, it was suddenly activated. It shone brightly and formed a huge light shield that covered a radius of a few hundred feet. Zhenxiu Si happened to be in the middle of it. Array? Zhenxiu Si's face finally changed. He took out his spiritual weapon and slashed at the light shield. There's a third update tonight. Please vote. Chapter 183. The blade radiance was like a waterfall. Zhenxiu Si didn't use too much strength in his attack. He didn't even use his fire elemental celestial essence. The blade radiance was dazzling and bright. Although he was moved by the array, Zhenxiu Si didn't believe that Yi Xing could have a powerful array disc. As far as he was concerned, it would be a piece of cake for him to slash apart the light barrier with a single slash. However, the result was out of Zhenxiu Si's expectation. The dazzling blade radiance hit the array light barrier, but it didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple on the barrier. Zhenxiu Si's expression changed drastically. A level 2 trap array? How could Yi Xing have a level 2 array disc? Zhenxiu Si couldn't understand. Chu Jingyue also looked at Yi Xing in shock. She didn't expect Yi Xing to have such a treasure. Array masters were very rare. There were only a few of them in the entire Falling Star sect. Moreover, only 2 of them had high achievements. One was Lin Fenghua, a level 3 array master, and the other was Gu Tianshang, a level 2 array master. There were more than 2,000 people in the entire Falling Star sect. The array masters had to maintain the sect's array and help other sect members to set up the array. They were so busy that they didn't have much time to carve array discs. Even if they did, the sect was in short supply. Even the inner sect disciples couldn't get their hands on an array disc. Yi Xing, a mere outer sect disciple, actually had an array disc. Moreover, it was a level 2 array disc. This was indeed shocking. Yixing smirked at Jinsho C's question. A level 2 trap array? No, it should be a minor level 2 trap array. Generally speaking, a level 2 trap array referred to the most common level 2 trap array. There was a huge difference between the two. If it was a level 2 trap array, it wouldn't be able to trap Jinsho C for long. If it was a minor level 2 trap array, Jinsho C would definitely be trapped. Yixing put away the recording array and said, Jinsho C, you can take your time in there. Today's matter will be remembered in the future. When I return to the sect, it will be the time of your Jin prison temple's death. Yixing decided not to return to the sect until he had cultivated to a level stronger than the Jin prison temple. The two of them had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Once they returned to the sect, they would either settle their personal grudges outside the sect or fight to the death in the life and death arena. In short, they would fight to the death. You think you can trap me with a grade 2 trap array? Jinsho C roared angrily and attacked again. This time, Jinsho C's power multiplied. His aura skyrocketed as he displayed his true power. His entire body seemed to be burning with a layer of flames. Low-level spiritual martial art, flaming blade technique. The spirit weapon saber carried a burning flame as it ruthlessly chopped towards the light barrier of the array formation. There was a loud explosion, but the light barrier didn't even shake. Only a small layer of ripples appeared on it. Jinsho C's expression changed again. This trap formation was more advanced than he had imagined. Right at this moment, a scream came from afar. Jinsho C immediately looked over and saw the blue-winged eagle lying in a pool of blood on a small hill 2 miles away. There was an arrow in its head. It had been killed by an arrow. This was Jinsho C's mount. Yixing didn't let it go. This blue-winged eagle was equivalent to a half-step martial sage. Yixing used the wave-stacking arrow technique and easily killed it with one arrow. Yixing, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to skin you alive. In the demon trap array, Jinsho C was infuriated. He held his spirit weapon saber and slashed wildly, roaring. Yixing looked coldly at Jinsho C and said, I don't need to skin you alive. But when I see you again, I'll take your life. After saying that, he looked at Chu Jingyue and said, Junior sister Chu, let's go. Chu Jingyue was still deeply shocked. She nodded numbly and got on her horse to follow Yixing into the distance. Only Jinsho C was left in the demon trap array, roaring and attacking with all his might. However, the light shield of the array didn't shake much and the effect was minimal. The energy of the demon trap array could last for about 3 days. If Jinsho C didn't attack, he would be trapped for 3 days. However, although his attack power couldn't break the array, it could speed up the energy consumption of the array. If he kept attacking, he should be able to break out of the array in about a day. Yixing galloped on his horse. Chu Jingyue followed behind Yixing. She looked at Yixing's back in silence. In Chu Jingyue's eyes, Yixing suddenly became a stranger. Yixing used a level 2 array disc and the arrow Jinsho C shot could kill a 1-star martial sage. Chu Jingyue was extremely shocked. She felt like she had just met Yixing. Chu Jingyue's attention was on Yixing, but Yixing's attention was on the surroundings and the sky. He noticed that there was a black dot in the sky far away. It was following them. Yixing could vaguely see that the black dot was a black-feathered eagle. It could be seen that the black-feathered eagle was extremely far away from him. It was more than 20 miles away. Otherwise, Yixing could see the black-feathered eagle clearly. The black-feathered eagle was equivalent to a beginner martial sage. This made Yixing frown slightly. Fortunately, he still had a level 2 killing array, the coiling snake array, which could deal with a beginner martial sage. Therefore, Yixing was not too worried. The two of them galloped for a while and ran for more than 100 miles. The black-feathered eagle in the distance didn't catch up with them. Yixing was a little puzzled, but soon his expression became serious. In the sky behind them, 2 more birds appeared and caught up. Yixing looked into the distance. They were two green-winged eagles. Unlike the black-feathered eagle in the distance, these two green-winged eagles were obviously chasing after Yixing and Chu Jingyue. Moreover, Yixing looked into the distance and found that there were warriors riding on the two green-winged eagles. There was one person on the back of one and two on the back of the other. Moreover, they were all wearing night clothes and black masks. This made Yixing immediately think of the assassins of the Dark Knight organization, who were dressed very similarly. However, the Dark Knight organization was an assassin organization in Zishan Commandery and had been eliminated by Zishan Ho. These black-masked warriors should have nothing to do with the Dark Knight organization. Chu Jingyue saw that Yixing was looking at the sky behind them, so she also turned her head to look. The two green-winged eagles caught up very quickly and soon entered Chu Jingyue's line of sight. Ah! Chu Jingyue exclaimed, "Senior brother Yi, there are more people catching up. These people are not friendly." They were wearing night clothes and had black masks on their faces. Of course, Chu Jingyue could see that they were not friendly. Yixing had already taken out the piercing sky bow and the green sandalwood arrow. He was ready to take out the snake coil array and throw it out at any time. Such a big black eagle. It's a black-feathered eagle equivalent to a martial saint. Soon, Chu Jingyue exclaimed again. The black-feathered eagle that was following them from a distance also came over. Its speed was much faster than the green-winged eagles. Yixing originally planned to use the snake coil array. However, when the black-feathered eagle approached, Yixing relaxed. Yixing was very familiar with this black-feathered eagle. It was the black-feathered eagle that Zishan Commandery had tamed. It was originally the mount of Watanabe Jean. In Zishan Commandery, when Zishan Ho taught Yixing the eyes of Blue Cloud, he also let Yixing communicate with the black-feathered eagle. Black-feathered eagles all looked similar. Moreover, they were too far away just now, so Yixing did not recognize it. However, as soon as he got closer, he recognized it. In order to distinguish this black-feathered eagle from other black-feathered eagles, Yixing gave it a name in his heart, Lao He. Lao He did not rush toward Yixing and Chu Jingyue. Instead, it rushed toward the two green-winged eagles. Yixing understood. Although he was in the Zishan Ho had been paying attention to him. Now that Yixing had left the mountain, Zishan Ho received the news and sent Lao He over. On the green-winged eagles, the three men in black frowned when they saw Lao He flying toward them. The black-feathered eagle was faster than the green-winged eagles. They could not escape and could only fight. Moreover, the black-feathered eagle's main battlefield was the sky. The three men in black did not dare to fight the black-feathered eagle in the air. Once the green-winged eagles were killed, they would fall from the sky. Immediately, the two green-winged eagles landed on the ground. When they were still tens of meters away from the ground, the three men in black jumped down. One of them held a bow and arrow in his hand, while the other two held short blades. They were all spirit weapons. The man in black holding the bow and arrow immediately drew his bow. An arrow instantly shot toward Lao He, who was rushing toward them in the air. At this moment, Yixing urged his horse and rushed toward the three men in black in the distance. He could not let Lao He fight alone. Ding! Lao He grabbed out with his claws and slapped the arrow away. His diving speed did not decrease. The man in black who shot the arrow was only a one-star martial saint. As for Lao He, his strength was only higher than that of a two-star martial saint. This man in black's archery was obviously not very good. He could deal with martial saints of the same realm, but he could not deal with those with higher cultivation. Kill this beast. The man in black who rode the green-winged eagle by himself shouted. His cultivation was higher than the other two. He was a two-star martial saint. A two-star martial saint and two one-star martial saints. They had sent out three martial saints at once to kill Yixing. It could be seen that the person who wanted to kill Yixing had prepared a foolproof plan. However, the person behind this clearly did not expect that Yixing would have Lao He's help. The two-star martial saint leaped tens of meters. He slashed with the short blade in his hand, sending out a bright blade light that was more than 10 feet long toward Lao He. The other one-star martial saint with a short blade also leaped up and attacked Lao He from another direction, attacking Lao He from the left and right. As for the one-star martial saint with the bow and arrow, when he saw Yi Xing riding his horse over, his gaze turned cold. In an instant, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. An arrow shot toward Yi Xing like a shooting star. As soon as the other party drew his bow, Yi Xing knew that the other party was going to shoot an arrow at him. At the same time, he drew his bow and locked his eyes on the other party. The other party's arrow was already 200 steps away from Yi Xing. Seeing that Yi Xing was about to be shot dead, Yi Xing's arrow left the bowstring. Whoosh! The 14-layered green sandalwood arrow instantly split the other party's arrow into 2 halves. Then, it continued to shoot toward the other party. At this time, Yi Xing drew his bow again. The one-star martial saint with the bow was shocked. However, after the green sandalwood arrow split his arrow into 2 halves, it also paused for a moment. He took the opportunity to roll and avoid the attack of the arrow. Whoosh! However, Yi Xing's second arrow had already shot over like a shooting star. He had calculated the position of the other party's dodge. The one-star martial saint with the bow was horrified. He could not avoid it and could only circulate his celestial essence to defend himself. Puff! The arrow instantly pierced through his celestial essence defense and pierced his throat. Chapter 184. The one-star martial saint with the bow had a look of disbelief on his face. He had never expected that as a first-level celestial vortex realm martial saint, he would be killed by Yi Xing, a half-step martial saint, with 2 arrows. The other 2 martial saints who were fighting with Old He were also shocked, their faces filled with shock. A half-step martial saint had killed a martial saint. What kind of archery was this? Although Lao He's strength was weaker than that of a 2-star martial saint, under the pincer attack of 2 martial sages, he was still at a disadvantage. However, the death of the martial saint with the bow shocked the other 2 martial saints. They panicked and saved Lao He from his predicament. Lao He let out a sharp cry and flapped his wings. The wind was like a blade as he attacked the 2 martial saints with short swords. Yi Xing, who was far away, had already knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at the other one-star martial saint. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bow and pierced through the air. The one-star martial saint was facing Lao He's counterattack and was on guard. How could he block Yi Xing's arrow? He also did not expect Yi Xing to shoot such an arrow so quickly. By the time the one-star martial saint reacted, it was already too late. The arrow was like a ray of light and instantly shot into his back. The tip of the arrow came out from his chest and pierced through his chest, piercing through his heart. Even though he was a martial saint, he died instantly. In the past, martial saints were unreachable existences to Yi Xing. Now, Yi Xing's arrow already had the power to kill a martial saint. Unknowingly, Yi Xing had already become an expert whose strength was equivalent to that of a martial saint. The 2 one-star martial saints were killed by Yi Xing one after another. The remaining 2-star martial saint was scared out of his wits. He was already no match for Lao He alone. In addition, Yi Xing was shooting arrows from afar. It was a fatal situation. If he continued to fight with Lao He, he would inevitably be killed by Yi Xing. However, it was impossible for him to escape from the black-feathered eagle. Hence, he made his decision. The 2-star martial saint fiercely attacked Lao He with 2 moves, both of which were ultimate moves, forcing Lao He to retreat for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2-star martial sage instantly poured out a mouthful of celestial essence and rushed towards Yi Xing. At the same time, the void above him changed, and an ordinary barren star appeared above him. Astral energy gushed out from the constellations manifested by Qin Wentian's constellation. Instantly, the strength of the 2-star martial saint skyrocketed, and his speed also increased by a notch. In the blink of an eye, he was 200 to 300 meters away. His figure was like an arrow. The 2-star martial sage's goal was very clear. Even if he died, he would drag Yi Xing down with him. Lao He screeched, flapped his wings, and immediately chased after the two-star martial sage. Unfortunately, the two-star martial sage rushed towards Yi Xing with all his might. He even used the power of Qin Wentian's constellation. Even though Lao He was faster, he could not catch up with him. With the speed of a two-star martial sage, he could reach Yi Xing in a few breaths' time. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a half-step martial sage? Yi Xing's expression turned serious. In an instant, he took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows. Whoosh! 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 He used the stacking wave arrow art and shot out 3 arrows in succession. The two-star martial sage did not slow down. The short blade in his hand shone brightly, and he slashed at the arrows furiously. Cha! Cha! Ding! 3 sounds rang out in succession. The first 2 arrows were directly split in half by the two-star martial sage. However, when he slashed at the 3rd arrow, the star essence in his body could not continue operating. His strength weakened and he failed to split it open. The short blade collided with the arrowhead, and sparks flew. The terrifying power suddenly stopped the two-star martial sage's speed. At this critical moment, if he slowed down, he would be in fatal danger. In the blink of an eye, Lao He rushed up from hundreds of meters behind him. His huge sharp claws, like spiritual weapons, grabbed the two-star martial sage's body from behind. In an instant, the defense of the two-star martial sage's star essence was broken. The sharp claws pierced directly into the two-star martial sage's back. At this time, the two-star martial sage was only a few hundred meters away from Yi Xing. He could reach Yi Xing in 1 or 2 breaths. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Yi Xing's 3 arrows. His body stopped and he died under Lao He's sharp claws. The 3 men in black were all dead. Lao He swung his claws and threw away the two-star martial sage's body. With a flap of his wings, he arrived in front of Yi Xing and lowered his head to Yi Xing. Chu Jingyue, who was following behind, was petrified. These were 3 martial sages. How could they die just like that? Yi Xing patted Lao He's head. His eyes fell on the bodies of the 3 men in black. He was also very surprised. He did not know why these martial sages in black were chasing after him. It was illogical to say that the Jin prison temple had hired them. Since they had hired assassins, it was impossible for them to make the first move. It was completely superfluous. Yi Xing thought about it. His only enemy was the Zhen prison temple. As for the Dongfu nation, although he had killed many people from the Dongfu nation on the battlefield, he was just a junior. He had only killed some star-tempering realm warriors in the country war. He should not be valued by the Dongfu sect. Moreover, the Dongfu nation could not reach into the Falling Star Kingdom. Therefore, Yi Xing ruled out his hatred. After thinking about it, he decided to blame his master, Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho had an enemy in the Falling Star sect. It was the sect elder, Hua Tianshu, who was also the sect master's wife. The disciples who entered the Falling Star sect from the Zishan prefecture would be suppressed by Hua Tianshu. However, Yi Xing had risen in the Falling Star sect so quickly that no one had the chance to suppress him. Moreover, Yi Xing had become the top outer disciple in just over a month. Almost everyone could see that Yi Xing had great potential. Hua Tianshu definitely did not want him to grow. Therefore, it was very possible that she had killed Yi Xing while Yi Xing was away from the Falling Star sect. Yi Xing's guess was very logical. Moreover, he had accepted it in his heart and determined that the mastermind was Hua Tianshu. However, there was one thing that he had guessed wrong. He had thought that the people he had killed in the Eastern Mountain City Country War were not important and would not be valued by the Falling Star sect. This was because only martial saints were important to the Falling Star sect. However, there was indeed an important person among the people he had killed in the Falling Star sect. It was the 3rd young master Jin, a direct descendant of the Falling Star sect and the grandson of the Falling Star sect master. Yi Xing had killed the grandson of the Falling Star sect master. How could he not be valued by the Falling Star sect? He had already been blacklisted by the Falling Star sect. Who are these people? Senior Brother Yi, why do they want to kill you? Chu Jingyue asked in shock as she came back to her senses from her petrified state. Yi Xing had already taken off the masks of the black-robed men. He did not recognize any of them, but he had already activated a recording array formation. The figures of the 3 black-robed men were all recorded by him. Perhaps there would be others who would recognize these 3 people. Yi Xing searched the bodies of the 3 men and found a total of dozens of lower-grade star crystals. Other than that, there was nothing else. As for the spiritual bow and the 2 spiritual short blades, Yi Xing naturally kept them. Yi Xing wanted to have a spiritual bow. He wanted a spirit weapon bow, and this spirit pattern bow was just right. As for the other 2 spirit weapons, he kept one for himself and gave the other to Chu Jingyue. Among the outer disciples, only Xian Zhuiyuan had a spiritual weapon. From now on, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue were also part of the clan that had spiritual weapons. If the outer disciples knew about this, who knew how many of them would die? Junior sister Chu, get off the horse. We don't need to ride horses anymore. We can ride eagles. Yi Xing put the spiritual bow and short blades into his storage ring. He waved to Chu Jingyue and then jumped onto Lao Hei's back. Lao Hei's flying speed was much faster than a demonic horse. It could travel 10,000 miles in a day. Chu Jingyue also jumped onto Lao Hei's back. Yi Xing patted Lao Hei. Up. Whoosh! Lao Hei flapped its wings and rushed towards the sky. Soon, it was high up in the sky. If it was an untamed flying beast, it would be impossible for a person to stand on its back. Especially a martial sage level flying beast, the hurricane generated by its speed could blow a person off. However, a tamed flying beast was different. It would use demonic vitality to defend itself and slow down the speed of the airflow. It would make a person feel like a gentle breeze. It wouldn't be uncomfortable and wouldn't be blown off. Chu Jingyue stood on Lao Hei's back. At first, she was a little nervous. As time passed, she gradually relaxed. Standing on Lao Hei's back was indeed very stable. In the end, Chu Jingyue completely relaxed. She looked around and opened her arms. She felt relaxed and happy. Wow! This is my first time riding a martial sage level flying beast. It's so fast. Chu Jingyue was in a good mood. She cheered, it feels so good to look down at the earth from a high place. Yi Xing looked around and also felt relaxed. He said, it would feel even better if I could fly on my own. Chu Jingyue said longingly, yes, it would be great if I could fly on my own. Unfortunately, humans don't have wings. It's too difficult to fly. Although martial sages can use their celestial vitality to condense the wings of flying beasts and glide in the air, they can only glide for a distance of a few hundred meters. It can't be considered flying. Although enlightened masters can fly a little further, they are still gliding in the air. After a while, they need to land to breathe. I heard that only after becoming a venerable can one truly fly in the air. It's too far away. Yi Xing was speechless. Venerable was indeed far away. It was an expert that didn't exist in the entire True Xian domain. Half a day later, Lao Hei arrived at Zishan County City and flew directly into the Marquis Mansion. Originally, Yi Xing planned to ride the demonic horse directly to the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. However, now that Lao Hei was on the way, Yi Xing naturally wanted to visit his master, Zishan Ho. And he also had something to ask. Chu Jingyue and Lao Hei waited in a courtyard of the Marquis Mansion. Yi Xing went directly to the back hall of the Marquis Mansion to visit Zishan Ho. After seeing Zishan Ho and bowing, Yi Xing told him about the attack on his trip. He also took out the recording array that recorded the figures of the 3 black-clothed men and showed it to Zishan Ho. After Zishan Ho saw it, Yi Xing asked, Master, do you recognize them? Chapter 185. Zishan Ho shook his head and said, since she wanted to kill you in such a way, she definitely would not leave any evidence behind. Fortunately, I had already expected that as soon as you left the mountain, she would make a move on you. I sent the black-feathered eagle to wait near there, and it was indeed useful. Yixing said, she did not know that I was Master's disciple. Just because I was born in the Zishan County, she wanted to kill me. This is too vicious. Zishan Ho walked in front of Yixing, patted Yixing's shoulder and said, this is because your performance was too outstanding. I know everything about you and the sect. Although Master knew that you would rise in the outer court, I did not expect that you would rise so quickly. If you were mediocre, she would not have to kill you. Zishan Ho stopped talking, removed his palm, and slowly walked to the side. After a while, he continued, when you won first place in the outer court, I knew that you would definitely go down the mountain to look for opportunities to break through the star vortex. Since you were so outstanding, you would definitely arouse her killing intent, so I sent the black-feathered eagle. Yixing said, fortunately, Master's prediction was accurate. Otherwise, this disciple would be in big trouble. I am confident that I can kill 2 one-star martial saints, but 2-star martial saints, even with a bow and arrow, it would be difficult to deal with them. Zishan Ho smiled indifferently and asked, how much of your celestial essence has been converted? How much has your overlapping waves archery technique reached? Yixing said truthfully, 20%, 14 overlapping waves archery technique. Zishan Ho was surprised, 20% of your celestial essence reached 14 overlapping waves archery technique? What kind of inheritance did you learn? Yixing said, pure essence art. Pure essence art? You practiced the pure essence art? Zishan Ho suddenly exclaimed. The falling star sect's pure essence art was an inheritance that no one had succeeded in practicing for more than 100 years after Lin Shuyuan. Yixing smiled and nodded. Although he was not proud of it, he was certainly happy in his heart. Zishan Ho was surprised for a moment, but he soon returned to normal and said, that's right, with your martial arts talent, it is even above Ancestor Lin's. If you can't cultivate the pure Yuan technique, then no one can. You cultivate the pure Yuan technique, no wonder you can achieve the 14 layered stacks with just 20% of your celestial essence. Zishan Ho then changed the topic, however, your fate is very low. If you want to become a martial saint, it will be very difficult. You will need to rely on some opportunities and good fortune. However, the opportunity to become a martial saint can only be found by chance. It will depend on your own luck. Where do you plan to go? Yixing said, I've heard that Kunyuan mountain range is rich in top-grade herbs and even spiritual herbs. I've decided to pay a visit to Kunyuan mountain range to cultivate my invincible golden body to the complete realm. As for whether I'll have the opportunity to become a martial sage, I'll leave it to fate. Kunyuan mountain range was a branch of the Green Cloud mountain range. It was located in the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. It was the territory of high-level vicious beasts. Occasionally, there would even be level 2 demonic beasts. Zishan Ho nodded, with your strength, it won't be a problem for you to explore Kunyuan mountain range. However, Kunyuan mountain range is closer to the east supporting country than the falling star country. Most of the martial artists who explore Kunyuan mountain range are from the east supporting country. You have to be careful. If you meet others, don't expose your identity. I understand. When Yixing learned about Kunyuan mountain range, he naturally knew that it was closer to the east supporting country. If his identity was exposed, he would be in great danger. Zishan Ho said, I know your ambition. This time, if you don't become a martial saint, you won't return. I don't know how long you'll be traveling. Take the black-feathered eagle with you, it will follow you from now on. In addition, I'll teach you the cultivation method of the azure cloud pupils. Listen carefully, it will greatly increase your chances of survival in the demonic beast world. The azure cloud pupils not only allowed one to see far, it also had the effect of mind control. The subjective consciousness of demonic beasts was far inferior to that of humans. It was difficult for martial artists to control their minds, but it was much easier for demonic beasts. In the Azure Cloud Mountains, one would definitely have to deal with demonic beasts. Being able to see far and control their minds would naturally increase one's chances of survival. Finishing his words, Zi Shanho told Yi Xing about the Eye of the Azure Cloud that he had yet to teach him. Yi Xing listened attentively, memorizing everything in his mind. Have you memorized it? Zi Shanho asked after he finished. Yi Xing nodded, I've memorized it. The stacking wave arrow technique is enough for you for now. As for the Lingwu arrow technique, I'll teach you when you become a martial saint. Zi Shanho waved his hand, you can go now. I hope you can break through the star vortex soon and become a martial saint. After leaving the Zi Shanho palace, Yi Xing and Chu Jinghua continued to ride on Old Black and flew towards the Kunyan mountain range. Zishan County was beside the Azure Cloud Mountains, but it was still a few thousand miles away from the Kunyan mountain range. The Kunyan mountain range was only 1,000 miles away from the Dongfu country. Therefore, most of the time, the Kunyan mountain range was frequented by martial artists from the Dongfu country. However, it could not be ruled out that there were martial artists from the Luoxing country or even the ancient Bloody country. This was because the ancient Bloody country was about the same as the Luoxing country from the Kunyan mountain range. As a martial saint-level demonic beast, Old Black flew from the Zishan County to the Kunyan mountain range. Ordinary demonic beasts were known as level 1 demonic beasts. Only at the Kunyan mountain range would level 2 demonic beasts appear. Old Black was almost invincible. Naturally, it could fly without any obstacles. As dusk approached, they arrived at the Kunyan mountain range. The sky was getting dark. The two dug a cave on a mountain peak and prepared to spend the night. Old Black rested outside the cave. As a martial saint-level demonic beast, the nearby high-level demonic beasts would avoid it when they smelled its scent. It would be quiet at night. In the cave, Chu Jinghua felt a little uncomfortable. She had never spent the night in the same room with a man in her life. Although she and Yi Xing were not in the same room, they were in the same cave. The cave was dug out and the space was not big. It was much smaller than a room. It was even more awkward than being in the same room. Chu Jinghua secretly had feelings for him. Obviously, she had more concerns about the feelings between men and women. I will cultivate at night. You can rest as much as you want. I won't disturb you. Yi Xing, on the other hand, did not feel awkward at all. After instructing Chu Jinghua, he closed his eyes and sat down to cultivate the pure Yuan technique. He had already eaten the 30 Supreme Grade Star accumulation pills as a reward for becoming the top disciple in the outer sect. However, he had not had time to refine them all. There was still a lot of medicinal power left in his body that he needed to absorb. After seeing Yi Xing enter the cave, he started to cultivate. Chu Jinghua looked at Yi Xing for a while and felt less awkward. It was boring to stay in the cave and Chu Jinghua did not want to go to bed too early. After a while, she ate a Supreme Grade Star accumulation pill and also started to cultivate. Her physique leaned towards water. The spiritual martial arts inheritance that she cultivated was the water attribute inheritance, all water technique. Her cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Both of them cultivated until late at night and went to sleep. That night, both of them had a dream. Yi Xingming thought about how she had become a martial sage and continued to train. Her cultivation continued to advance rapidly. Later on, she became an enlightened being, and in the end, an exalted. With her own strength, she was able to soar in the sky. She was extremely happy. Suddenly, there was another person flying beside Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked over and saw that it was Wei Qingxian. She had also become a venerable and was flying in the sky. The two of them smiled at each other and held hands. Mountains, lakes, and pieces of land flew under the two of them. They were holding hands with smiles on their faces. They were extremely happy. They kept flying like this. Chu Jinghua, on the other hand, dreamed that it was the same as during the day. She and Yi Xing were flying in the sky. However, it was not Lao He who was flying them, but a larger bird. This bird was many times larger than Lao He. Its back was almost like a small square. She and Yixing were stable on it and could even run on it. However, all of a sudden, the birds below them disappeared for some reason. She and Yixing both fell from an extremely high altitude. The feeling of weightlessness from falling from a high altitude instantly filled her whole body and even her thoughts. Only falling was left in her dream. She waved her hands, trying to grab onto something to stop her body from falling. Suddenly, it was as if she had grabbed onto a pillar. Finally, the feeling of weightlessness eased a little, and she felt a little more grounded. Thus, she hugged the pillar tightly and refused to let go. Early morning. Yixing woke up with a faint smile on his face. The dream of flying in the sky with Wei Qingxian last night made him very happy. Although he had woken up, Yixing still remembered the dream from last night. Why do my thighs feel a little tight and heavy? Yixing suddenly opened his eyes and moved his legs at the same time. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yixing was shocked. It turned out that Chu Jingyue's hands were hugging his thighs and her whole body was lying on his lap. As soon as he moved his legs, he felt 2 lumps of soft flesh. He looked at Chu Jingyue's position and saw that her head was almost between his legs. The lumps on his legs were her breasts. No wonder the 2 lumps of soft flesh were so obvious. Chu Jingyue's breasts were very plump. Yixing did not dare to look directly at this scene. Yixing glanced around and saw that he was originally sleeping on the right side of the cave. For some reason, he was now in the middle of the cave. Chu Jingyue was supposed to sleep on the left side of the cave, but she had also rolled to the middle. No wonder the 2 of them slept together. This surprised Yixing. If Chu Jingyue hugged his thighs at night, he should have woken up, right? Presumably, Lao He was guarding outside the cave. Yixing was not on guard and slept very deeply last night. He was also having a beautiful dream. Perhaps because of these reasons, he moved to a different place and did not wake up when he bumped into Chu Jingyue. Yixing could only guess so. Recalling that he seemed to be flying in the sky hand in hand with Wei Qingxian last night, Yixing immediately saw and felt his own hands. It was not hand in hand with Wei Qingxian. It turned out that his left and right hands were tightly interlocked. Sweat. At this moment, as Yixing moved, Chu Jingyue let out a soft cry. She was obviously about to wake up. What was the current situation? Yixing could not explain and quickly pretended to be asleep. When Yixing closed his eyes and did not move, Chu Jingyue quickly opened her eyes and found herself hugging Yixing's thighs. Her heart skipped a beat and she was shocked. Chapter 186. Chu Jingyue had never spent the night in the same room with a man. Not to mention, she was now hugging Yixing's thigh in such a shameful posture. It really made her break out in a cold sweat. Chu Jingyue almost exclaimed, but she held back because she saw that Yixing had not woken up yet. This allowed Chu Jingyue's flustered heart to calm down a little. Fortunately, Senior Brother Yi has not woken up yet and did not see the current situation. Otherwise, how could I see him? Chu Jingyue muttered in her heart. She quickly let go of Yixing's thigh and stood up. Seeing that Yixing still had not woken up, Chu Jingyue let out a long sigh and walked out of the cave. Yixing heard that Chu Jingyue had left the cave, but he was not in a hurry to open his eyes. Chu Jingyue must be a little flustered now. If she saw him wake up, she would be embarrassed. Chu Jingyue secretly observed Yixing several times outside the cave to see if he was really asleep. After a full quarter of an hour, Yixing showed no signs of waking up, which made Chu Jingyue completely relax. In her opinion, Yixing really did not know. If he was pretending to be asleep, he would not have pretended for so long. After half an hour, Yixing opened his eyes and woke up. He pretended to have just woken up and looked at his position to express his surprise. Then, he saw Chu Jingyue outside the cave. "Junior sister Chu, you woke up so early." Yixing smiled at Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue's face heated up, but she thought that Yixing did not know that she had hugged his thigh to sleep last night. She calmed down after a slight confusion. Chu Jingyue said, I just woke up not long ago. It's really safe with Lao Hei guarding. This is deep in the Mount Qingyun. There is no sound of evil beasts at night. It's very quiet. Yixing walked out of the cave and patted Lao Hei next to him. He looked into the distance and said, from today onwards, we will start looking for medicinal herbs. After a night's rest, Old Black's exhaustion from yesterday's flight had long disappeared. He was full of energy and let out a loud whimper. Yixing and Chu Jingyue both had a faint smile on their faces. They were both hiding a secret in their hearts. The awkwardness was quickly digested by Yixing. Compared to ordinary materials, the number of top-grade medicinal herbs was extremely rare. Even experienced herb gatherers would have a hard time finding them. However, this was not a problem for Yixing. Yixing and Chu Jingyue rode Old Hay and flew in the air. Yixing looked into the distance and observed the surroundings. Whenever he saw deep valleys, streams, ponds, and other precious places that were very suitable for growing materials, he would let Blackie fly over and Yixing would search carefully. Yixing's search was not just a matter of observing with his eyes. He also had his superbrain scanning. Even if it was in a crack in a rock, under a pool, in a valley, and other places that could not be seen with his eyes, Yixing could still use his superbrain to scan and search. This was something that even Zishan Ho, who had cultivated the eyes of clear cloud, could not do. The eyes of clear cloud could be used to look into the distance and control the mind. However, it could not see through objects or scan places that could not be seen with one's eyes. Therefore, even if the number of top-grade medicinal herbs was very rare, Yixing's harvest was not small after a day of searching. Somewhere in a deep valley, Yixing stood in front of a fist-wide crack in a rock and used his spiritual weapon to split open some rocks. Then, deep in the crack, he pulled out 3 stalks of top-grade blood spirit grass. It was a type of medicinal herb that greatly replenished qi and blood. You can even find this? Chu Jingyue was extremely speechless. Deep in the crack, one could not see with their eyes at all. Who would have thought that there would be blood spirit grass? Moreover, there were 3 stalks growing. Somewhere in a deep valley. The water rushed down from a high place. The rocks below were washed by the water and countless gullies and cracks were formed. Some of the cracks were so deep that one could not see the bottom. Yixing stood on a large rock under the water and observed for a while. Then, he held his spiritual weapon and chopped at a pile of rocks. After moving the broken rocks away, there were several stalks of top-grade spirit-recovering grass growing in the crack below. Yixing reached out and picked all of them. Chu Jingyue, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. How could he find this? Beside a pool. There were some footprints beside the pool. Some belonged to demonic beasts and some belonged to humans. Generally, there were many medicinal herbs in places with water. This pool was obviously frequented by people. Some wandering martial artists or experienced herb gatherers would definitely search carefully when they came here. Chu Jingyue said, Brother Yixing, people often come here. If there were any medicinal herbs, they would have been picked long ago. Yixing smiled faintly. That's not necessarily the case. There are always places that are overlooked. As he spoke, he squatted down and brushed aside a bunch of weeds beside the pool. Then, he dug up the soil and dug out a few red roots that were shaped like dragons. It was the top-grade red dragon root, which was also a type of medicinal herb that greatly replenished qi and blood. Chu Jingyue's face was full of surprise. She thought to herself, does his eyes have the ability to see through things? How could he find them so quickly? Thinking of this, Chu Jingyue suddenly grabbed her clothes and felt a little uncomfortable. If he really could see through things, then wouldn't it make no difference whether she wore clothes or not in front of senior brother Yi? Yixing saw through Chu Jingyue's thoughts at a glance and said, picking medicinal herbs requires skill. You can see what kind of place has medicinal herbs by observing the environment. This is a kind of knowledge. I forgot to tell you that I'm a super skilled herb gatherer. If Chu Jingyue suspected that Yi Xing could see through things, it would make her feel even more uncomfortable than if she knew that he knew that she hugged his leg to sleep at night. Yi Xing obviously wanted to dispel her idea. Besides, Yi Xing had never seen through her. Chu Jingyue was just making a wild guess. Even she did not believe that he could see through things. How could a person see through things? Therefore, after listening to Yi Xing's explanation, Chu Jingyue said in admiration, "Senior brother Ye's herb-picking skills are simply superb. No wonder you're super skilled." With Lao He accompanying them, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue were almost unimpeded in the Kuan-Yin mountain range. As a level 2 demonic beast, Lao He was comparable to a martial sage. Wherever he stopped, the nearby ferocious beasts would definitely flee at the sight of him. Even if they occasionally encountered level 2 demonic beasts, the ones that appeared in the Kuan-Yin mountain range were only level 2 demonic beasts that were equivalent to a beginner martial sage. Their strength was basically about the same as a 1-star martial sage. There were very few level 2 demonic beasts that were comparable to a 2-star martial sage, so most of them were no match for Lao He. When they saw Lao He, even if they did not run away, they would not take the initiative to attack. Once a level 2 demonic beast took the initiative to attack, Lao He would deal with it. Yi Xing would also help from the side with his bow and arrow, shooting a fatal arrow. There were no obstacles in the Kuan-Yin mountain range. Yi Xing's efficiency in finding spiritual herbs was also very high. Naturally, he had a bountiful harvest. Every day, he only spent most of the day looking for spiritual herbs. The two of them spent the rest of the day and the first half of the night cultivating. Not only did they cultivate the spiritual martial arts legacy, but they also cultivated body-refining cultivation techniques. The task of collecting spiritual herbs was just an excuse for them to leave the sect. Their real purpose was to cultivate body-refining cultivation techniques and look for opportunities to break through the star spirals and become martial sages. Naturally, they would not stop cultivating every day. Especially Yi Xing, he cultivated even later than Chu Jingyue every night. This was because he had to spend more than 2 hours every afternoon learning array Dao. Yi Xing had memorized the method of setting up the level 2 array Dao, the coiled snake array. The key was to rely on his own practice to be able to truly use it. Yi Xing spent more than 2 hours learning array Dao. Naturally, his other cultivation was slower than Chu Jingyue's. However, his daily cultivation was no less than Chu Jingyue's. Therefore, he always slept more than 2 hours later than her. After the embarrassing incident on the first night, the two of them were more careful when they slept. They did not sleep too soundly nor did they roll around. The situation on the first night did not happen again. Time passed day by day. The two of them found more and more spiritual herbs. Their body-refining cultivation techniques improved greatly every day. Their cultivation also gradually increased. Occasionally, the two of them would meet other martial artists. However, with Lao He, a martial sage demonic beast by their side, the other martial artists would stay far away from them. There were no conflicts. Although most of the martial artists in the Kuan-Yin mountain range were from the Dongfu country, Yi Xing did not take the initiative to provoke them. Even if the Dongfu country was an enemy country and Yi Xing hated the people of the Dongfu country, as long as they did not take the initiative to attack, Yi Xing would not take the initiative to kill them. The population of the Dongfu country was not any less than that of the Luoxing country. There were at least 1 billion people. Among them, 40% were martial artists. It was impossible for them to kill the people of the Dongfu country because of the hatred between the countries. If that was the case, even if the 1 billion people of the Dongfu country stood there for Yi Xing to kill, Yi Xing would not be able to kill them all. Furthermore, if Yi Xing were to kill any of the Dongfu country's troops in the Kuan-Yin mountain range, it would definitely attract the attention of more powerful martial artists. In the end, a martial saint, a mid-level martial saint, or even a high-level martial saint would appear. In order to avoid trouble, Yi Xing also wanted to avoid fighting with the martial artists in the Kuan-Yin mountain range. He only wanted to collect herbs in peace, cultivate, and then look for the opportunity to become a martial sage. Half a month later, Yixing and Chu Jingyue's body-tempering cultivation technique had both reached the perfection realm. The foundation of the star-tempering realm had been consolidated to the peak. In the future, when they broke through the star vortex and became martial sages, they would no longer have to worry about their foundation. Moreover, their cultivation had also made great progress after half a month of cultivation. Yixing's celestial essence had already transformed by 40%, while Chu Jingyue was a little slower than him, transforming by 20%. As for Yixing's array Dao, he had also made great progress. He could now set up 80% to 90% of the coiled snake array. Although the difficulty of setting up the last 20% of the array was the highest, Yixing was confident that he would be able to completely master the coiled snake array in about 10 days and become a grade 2 array master. Yixing didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come to him just because he didn't want to. On the 22nd day after the two arrived at the Kuan-Yun mountain range, a team of martial artists from the Dongfu country encountered Yixing and the others. It was a team of 7 people. 2 of them were half-step martial sages and the other 5 were level 9 martial artists. Because of Lao Hei's presence, the team immediately fled when they saw Yixing and Chu Jingyue. Thank you for your support. Although I did not see the miracle, I know that you did your best. Thank you. Chapter 187. Was that Yixing? Did you see him clearly? One of the half-step martial sages asked after they had reached a safe place. Look carefully, it's Yixing. This brat actually came to the Kunyan mountain range. He's simply courting death. Another half-step martial sage said. The 7 of them were Dongfu sect's outer disciples. They had come to Mount Kuan-Yun to train. Yixing's name was on the Dongfu sect's blacklist. Naturally, his face was on the blacklist as well. The martial artists from Dongfu country that Yixing had met before did not recognize him. However, the 7 of them were Dongfu sect's disciples and they recognized him. It's a pity that he has a black-feathered eagle with him. It's a martial sage demonic bird and it's hard to deal with. Otherwise, we would have killed the couple and done a great service. Since the black-feathered eagle is guarding him, we can't act rashly. Let's send the news back to the sect. It'll take too long to send the news back to the sect. Isn't Senior Brother Zichuanyu's team in Mount Kuan-Yun? They are not far from Mount Kuan-Yun. In their team, there are 2 2-star martial sages and 3 1-star martial sages. Senior Brother Zichuanyu's strength is comparable to a 3-star martial sage. If we call them over, a black-feathered eagle will be nothing. That's right. Even Senior Sister Ishii is very powerful among the 2-star martial saints. As long as Senior Brother Zichuanyu restrains Black-Feather Eagle, Senior Sister Ishii will be able to tear the couple into pieces. Alright, let's inform Senior Brother Zichuanyu. The 7 outer disciples discussed and decided not to return to the sect. Instead, they went to look for inner disciple Zichuanyu in Mount Kuan-Yun. However, just as they were about to move, a voice came from afar. The few of you actually recognize this Yi and want to invite people over to kill this Yi? The 7 of them were shocked when they heard the voice. They looked over and saw a young man standing on a huge rock on the opposite hill. He was holding a bow and arrow and looking at them. The young man was Yixing. When these 7 people saw him, they fled in panic. Yixing's eyesight was amazing. He saw their expressions clearly and chased after them. The 7 of them did not see Chu Jingyue and Black-Feathered Eagle. When they saw Yixing chasing after them alone, they calmed down in an instant. A half-step martial sage shouted, "This brat dares to chase after us alone. Junior brothers, let's kill him." Yixing was blacklisted by Sect Master Watanabe Xiong. If he could kill Yixing with his own hands, it would be much more meritorious than sending a message. When the half-step martial sage roared, the 7 of them charged at Yixing at the same time. Whoosh! Yixing snorted, and the arrow on the bowstring instantly shot out. An arrow that could even kill a martial saint, who below the martial saint realm could block it? The half-step martial sage at the front waved his saber to block the arrow. The saber in his hand broke into 2 pieces with a clang. The arrow continued to shoot forward without slowing down. After it pierced the throat of the half-step martial sage, it shot into the heart of a rank 9 martial artist behind him. The 2 of them fell to the ground instantly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The other 5 people were dumbfounded. They had never seen such archery skills. They were scared out of their wits. With a scream, they quickly turned around and fled. At the same time, the leading half-step martial sage raised his hand to the sky. With a whoosh, a bright light shot out from his hand and into the sky. The light soared high into the sky, at least 3,000 meters above the ground, before exploding with a bang, forming a huge sunflower pattern. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. This was obviously a signal flare for the disciples of the Dong Fu sect to ask for help. If it exploded in the sky, all the disciples of the Dong Fu sect within a few hundred miles would know. Yi Xing immediately pulled out 3 Qinggu arrows and shot them together. Whoosh! 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 3 rank 9 martial artists fell to the ground. They were shot in the back and died in 1 shot. The remaining 2 looked terrified as they ran for their lives. Yi Xing shot 2 more arrows. The rank 9 martial artists were killed in 1 shot. The half-step martial sage's arrow only pierced the back of his shoulder. It was not a fatal wound. The huge force in the arrow caused the half-step martial sage to fall forward. The tip of the arrow pierced through his body and nailed into a bluestone, rendering him immobile. Yi Xing used the goose cloud flight to chase after the half-step martial sage. Naturally, he had to interrogate him and figure out some things. To the east of the Luo Xing country was the Dong Fu country. To the west of the Luo Xing country was the Lingyu country. The Dong Fu country was the enemy of the Dong Fu country, while the Lingyu country was the ally of the Luo Xing country. The Lingyu country was controlled by the Lingyu sect, which was more powerful than the Luo Xing sect. Although there were no 4 stars perfected person in the sect, there were 2 3 stars perfected person in the sect. Among the 6 sects in the south of the Green Cloud Mountain, the Lingyu sect was not the strongest, but it was in the top 3. The Misty Moon Peak of the Lingyu sect was the cultivation place of the inner sect elder, the Misty Moon Peak. The Misty Moon Peak was one of the 5 executive elders of the Lingyu sect. She was not an ordinary inner sect elder and had great power. There were many inner sect disciples who wanted to be her disciple. However, the Misty Moon Peak had not accepted a disciple for more than 10 years. It was only this year that she accepted a personal disciple. Surprisingly, the personal disciple of Master Yenue was a 14-year-old girl from outside the Spirit Moon sect. She was only at the 8th level of the Star Tempering realm. This caused many of the Spirit Moon sect's inner disciples and core disciples to be incomparably envious, and even jealous. The new personal disciple of the Misty Moon Peak was a mystery to the Lingyu sect disciples. Because the Misty Moon Peak had never allowed her to leave the Misty Moon Peak, none of the Lingyu sect disciples had ever seen her. Even when an elder went to the Misty Moon Peak and saw the personal disciple of the Misty Moon Peak, her face was covered with a veil and no one knew what she looked like. Therefore, in the eyes of the Lingyu sect disciples, she was a mystery. There was even a rumor in the Lingyu sect that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Misty Moon Peak. Of course, this rumor could only be spread in private. No one dared to say it in public. Otherwise, if they angered the Misty Moon Peak, one of the 5 executive elders, the consequences would be severe. The Lingyu sect disciples only knew that the Misty Moon Peak's personal disciple was her illegitimate daughter. However, they did not know that this personal disciple was about to break through the star vortex realm and become a martial saint after only 4 months of entering the sect. On the Misty Moon Peak, Wei Qingxian sat with her eyes closed. She looked solemn as she tried to break through to the star vortex realm. Not far away, the Misty Moon Peak's face was filled with joy and seriousness as she guarded Wei Qingxian. In Wei Qingxuan's dantian, the 9 star rings were extremely bright and dazzling. These 9 star rings were compressing towards the center, as if they were about to merge into one. In Wei Qingxuan's body, all her meridians were occupied by star essence. 50% of her internal strength had been transformed into star essence. Moreover, her star essence was extremely pure and strong. This was because the spiritual martial inheritance that she cultivated was one of the most powerful spiritual martial inheritances of the lower spiritual martial art, the pure Yuan technique. Many sects had the pure Yuan technique. However, it was hard to find someone who could cultivate the pure Yuan technique even in 100 years. With Wei Qingxuan's destiny, it was natural for her to break through to the star vortex realm. Activating her pure Yuan art, she could sense the stars. Most of the warriors could only sense one star, but she could sense countless of them. If one star sent down a strand of star power, countless stars would send down countless strands of star power. For Wei Qingxian, the astral energy she could sense was almost endless. This made her feel as if she was bathing in an ocean of astral energy. The 9 astral rings in her dantian absorbed the boundless astral energy and compressed it at a very fast speed. Not long after, the 9 star rings were completely compressed together, forming a dazzling ball of star essence. At this moment, something seemed to have been triggered. The scene above Wei Qingxuan's head changed and turned into a vast and boundless starry sky. The crucial step of breaking through to the star vortex realm and becoming a martial saint was finally here. That was the awakening of the astrology. After the awakening of the astrology, martial artists could freely use the power of the astrology. Before that, it was impossible for martial artists to use the power of the astrology. The sudden change on the misty moon peak attracted the attention of all the martial artists above the star vortex realm in the spirit moon sect. They all felt a surge of star essence and looked towards the misty moon peak. In the sky above the misty moon peak, the bright sun had turned into an endless starry sky. No, not only the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect, but all the martial artists above the Star Vortex realm in the entire Spirit Moon country, and even the entire Qingyun region suddenly felt something. At this moment, some kind of power shook their hearts. All the martial saints stopped and looked. All the perfected ones walked out of their secluded cultivation. They were shocked and looked in the direction of the Spirit Moon sect. In their eyes, the direction of the Spirit Moon sect had turned into a starry sky with countless sparkling stars. Everyone was shocked. Every martial artist above the Star Vortex realm knew that this was the scene of the awakening of the astrology. However, what shocked them was, whose astrology was this? How could it be so powerful? Usually, the awakening of the astrology could only be felt by those nearby. As long as they were a few hundred meters away, they would not be able to see the starry sky. After all, the starry sky that appeared during the awakening of the astrology was illusory. If one could not feel the awakening of the other party's astrology, it would be impossible to see the illusion of the starry sky. However, in the entire Qingyun region, all the martial artists above the Star Vortex realm could feel the starry sky. It was hard to imagine how powerful the awakening of the astrology was. Of course, they did not know who was awakening the astrology, nor did they know where it was. However, they could feel the direction and rushed towards the Spirit Moon sect to find out what was going on. However, before they could fly very far, changes occurred in the starry sky. A star lit up, the light was resplendent, and became incomparably huge. Immediately after, a second star lit up, and became incomparably huge. All the martial saints and perfected ones were petrified at this moment. How could this be? A person's astrology only had one star. Only one star could be awakened in the astrology awakening. However, how could 2 stars awaken in the starry sky? What kind of astrology was this? Chapter 188. Most of the martial sages and perfected persons found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Only a few old and knowledgeable perfected persons were shocked. They had heard of a legend before. Usually, a martial artist's astrology was a single star. However, there were also legends of multi-star astrology. For an astrology with many stars, there could be 2 or 3 stars, or 5 or 7 stars, or even more. Furthermore, when the awakened stars reached a certain level and were arranged according to a certain rule, they would form the ultimate existence of multi-star astrology, a constellation. The multi-star astrology was already a legend. As for the constellation astrology, only a few words were left behind in the ancient remnant books. No one knew how powerful an astrology would be if it was a constellation. In the starry sky, the second awakened star became extremely bright. Soon, there was a third, a fourth, the stars became bigger and brighter. However, the starry sky was boundless. No matter how big the stars were, they were just a drop in the ocean. No matter how many stars became bigger, they could not transcend the starry sky. All the martial sages were petrified. All the perfected persons were petrified. This was the first time they had seen so many stars awakening during an astrology awakening. Not only was there a multi-star astrology awakening, but the number of awakened stars was unimaginable. Could it be, this astrology awakening will awaken a constellation? Whose astrology awakening is this? In the entire Qingyun region, no, in the entire True Xian region, I have never heard of anyone awakening a constellation before. The few perfected persons who were more knowledgeable were so excited that their bodies trembled. Constellation astrology awakening was simply a legend, a myth. At this moment, they were witnessing this legend with their own eyes. As time passed, one star after another became bigger and brighter. There were already countless huge stars in the starry sky. Their radiance was resplendent, and they were connected into a whole. After about 2 hours, the martial sages and perfected persons finally saw the arrangement of the awakened stars in the starry sky and the general shape of the astrology awakening. The stars that had awakened in the starry sky were connected together to form half of a human face. There was even long hair behind it. Therefore, the final shape should be that of a woman's head. Furthermore, based on the shape, it should be the head of a beautiful woman. Qingyun region, Tian Luo sect, on a mountain peak. A white-bearded and white-haired enlightened master looked towards the south, looking at the star pattern in the starry sky. He was extremely shocked and excited. Could this be the legendary Virgo constellation? Just who is it that has awakened such an astrological aspect? In the future, that person will definitely become a world-shaking, heaven-defying character. The white-haired reverend muttered to himself in astonishment, such a nature-defying character will definitely stir up the entire star continent in the future. Our Qingyun region is a remote place. How can it accommodate such a nature-defying character? The Tian Luo sect was one of the 2 oldest sects in the Qingyun region. This white-haired spiritual master was already over 180 years old and had vast knowledge, but he had only just heard of the Virgo constellation. It's actually the Virgo astrological sign that represents holiness. Such a character is rarely seen in the star continent in tens of thousands of years. In the future, he will definitely become a character that defies the natural order, enough to overturn the heavens and change fate. If the people of the Great Yuan dynasty find out about this, he will definitely die. You're lucky that I met you first. Consider yourself lucky. At the same time, somewhere in the True Xian region, a beautiful middle-aged woman was also muttering to herself. Then, she raised her hand and tore the void, disappearing. In the next moment, this middle-aged woman appeared 100 miles away and tore the void again. This was no longer flying, but teleportation. 100 miles in an instant, this speed was truly shocking. A distance of 10,000 miles could be covered in 100 breaths of time. Qingyun region, Spirit Moon sect, Misty Moon Peak. Wei Qingxian still had a solemn expression. The awakening of the astrological sign was still going on. In the starry sky above her head, more and more stars were awakened. No one could remember exactly how many stars had been awakened. They only knew that it was endless. Finally, the awakening of the stars in the starry sky was nearing its end. It was indeed a woman's head. Moreover, it was the head of a beautiful young girl. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and her long hair was flowing elegantly. At first glance, people would involuntarily feel tranquil and would not have any evil thoughts. Not far away, Daoist Yan Yu was already shocked to the point that she was numb. She was knowledgeable and had heard of many astrological signs. However, she had never heard of constellation signs, let alone Virgo constellation signs. Looking at the beautiful young girl's face in the starry sky and her long hair flowing elegantly, Daoist Yan Yu could tell that Wei Qingxuan's astrological sign was not inferior to her destiny sign. In the starry sky, the awakening of the astrological sign was completed. The young girl's face and hair emitted a holy light. Then, she fell downwards and disappeared. Everything fell into Wei Qingxuan's body. In between her eyebrows, a starry sky was formed. Her astrological sign was located in the center of the starry sky. It was the head of a beautiful young girl, emitting a holy light, causing her to have a sense of holiness and tranquility. When people looked at it, they would not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Following the awakening of the astrological sign, the cluster of starlight in Wei Qingxuan's dantian began to revolve, forming a starlight vortex. The starlight vortex had a powerful suction force. The starlight vortex attracted the power of the stars from all directions and gathered in the starlight vortex, causing the light of the starlight vortex to gradually change from pale green to resplendent. In addition, the starlight vortex was covered with a layer of holy light, causing it to be different from others. This was clearly a change brought about by the astrological sign. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had broken through to the celestial vortex realm and became a martial sage without experiencing any fortuitous encounters or consuming any medicinal herbs or elixirs. Enlightened Master Yanyue walked towards Wei Qingxian with a face full of surprise. She did not know that Wei Qingxuan's astrological sign had already attracted the attention of all the martial saints and enlightened masters in the Qingyun region. She was only surprised. However, before enlightened Master Yanyue could reach Wei Qingxuan's side, Wei Qingxian felt a wave of sleepiness attack her. Suddenly, a surge of energy gushed out from the depths of her mind, causing her to faint and fall to the ground. Qingxian. Enlightened Master Yanyue was shocked. She had never seen someone who had just broken through the celestial vortex realm and become a martial saint who had fainted. At this moment, images appeared in Wei Qingxuan's mind one after another. The blurry images in the past became clear this time. The figure that gave her a kind and fuzzy feeling was a middle-aged man. He had some stubble and was wearing a green robe with a crown on his head. He looked like a scholar. As soon as she saw the middle-aged scholar, Wei Qingxuan's heart rippled violently, making her feel incomparably close to him and incomparably excited. Even her parents in this life did not have such a strong feeling. Soon, the images in her mind changed. The middle-aged scholar disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful young woman. She was holding a baby in her arms and feeding the baby. Under the care of the beautiful young woman, the baby gradually grew up. Soon, the middle-aged scholar's figure appeared again. It turned out that he was the baby's father. The images in his mind changed very quickly. The baby grew into an adult very quickly and turned into a beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a flower. Wei Qingxian was shocked again. The girl looked exactly like her. She felt that it was her. Could it be her previous life? The middle-aged scholar and his wife cared for their daughter in every possible way. At a young age, they began to teach their daughter to cultivate. She did not know how high the middle-aged scholar's cultivation was. When he made a move, he could turn the world upside down. There were traces of the great way of heaven and earth. Their daughter's talent was also very outstanding. When the conditions were right, success came naturally. As the images in his mind changed, Wei Qingxian always maintained the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old. After an unknown number of years, she also overturned the world with a single move, rampaging through the world. However, she encountered an enemy who was even more powerful than her and severely injured her. The images in her mind stopped changing. The middle-aged scholar's figure appeared again and his voice sounded in Wei Qingxuan's mind. Xian, you and your mother were both injured by Shueli Supreme. I was useless and could only use the reincarnation technique to save one of you. You are the sweetheart of your mother and I. I used the reincarnation technique to preserve your memories of your previous life. Reincarnate and live a new life. Your memories are in the depths of your mind. When you step into the star vortex realm, you will awaken part of your previous life's memories. In the future, as your cultivation increases, your memories will gradually awaken until they are complete. In this life, I will no longer let you be a flower in a greenhouse. I hope that you can rely on your own efforts to achieve something. Only by walking your own path can you have hope of becoming a supreme in the future. In order to prevent your enemies from noticing you, I will not meet you. You will have to rely on yourself for everything in this life. Your mother is sealed in the extreme frost ice jade by me. I can guarantee that she will not die for the time being. I am unable to save your mother. If there comes a day when you ascend to the position of supremacy, perhaps your mother will be able to see the light of day again if we work together. Work hard. Father will wait for you. As the voice faded, the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared from Wei Qingxuan's mind. However, there was a trace of martial arts Tao left behind, which was comprehended and absorbed by Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian did not wake up. However, a drop of tear fell from the corner of her eye. Taoist Master Yenhua checked Wei Qingxuan's pulse. When she saw that Wei Qingxian was only unconscious, she heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. She is the one who awakened the Virgo astrology? Taoist Master Yenyue's hair instantly stood on end. She had set up a level 3 array on Misty Moon Peak. Anyone who wanted to come up had to get her permission first. However, at this moment, someone actually came up to Misty Moon Peak and even came up behind her. She did not even notice it until the other party spoke. She only heard the voice but did not feel the person. Then, how terrifying was the person who came up. Taoist Master Yenhua turned around instantly and saw a beautiful middle-aged woman looking at the unconscious Wei Qingxian with a smile. Who are you? Taoist Master Yenhua shouted as if she was facing a great enemy. Brothers, today's monthly votes are too pitiful. As long as you subscribe to the Archer God, you will have a guaranteed monthly vote. 1 vote per person, which is a total of a few thousand votes. Why did you only cast 30 votes today? Brothers, please check the voting warehouse. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote for the Archer God, thank you. Chapter 189. The middle-aged woman shook her head and pointed at Wei Qingxian. Who I am is not important. What's important is her. Do you know how big of a commotion she caused? Taoist Master Yenyu was surprised. Because she was near Wei Qingxian, it was normal for her to see Wei Qingxuan's astral projection. She did not expect others to see it as well. She did not expect all the martial saints and Taoist masters in the Qingyan region to see it. If it was a more powerful warrior, they would be able to sense it even if they were further away. For example, this middle-aged woman. Taoist Master Yenyu asked subconsciously, how big of a commotion? The middle-aged woman said, I was just passing by the True Xian region. I sensed it and rushed over. Other warriors may not be able to sense it from such a distance, but the Star Marquis and Taoist masters within a radius of 10,000 miles should have sensed it. Taoist Master Yenyu's face changed. With such a big commotion, she could not hide Wei Qingxian. With Wei Qingxuan's talent, not only would she suffer a great calamity, even the Spirit Moon sect would be in trouble. Not only that, the True Xian region was extremely vast, it had a circumference of nearly 1,000,000 miles. This middle-aged woman had passed through the True Xian region, it was unknown how far she was from the Spirit Moon sect. In the short period of time that Wei Qingxuan's astral soul had awakened, she had actually rushed to the Spirit Moon sect. The middle-aged woman saw the change in Taoist Master Yenyu's face. You also know that it is a fool's dream for a mere 2-star Taoist master like you to protect her. If she stays here, not to mention you, even your sect will disappear. Give her to me, I will nurture her into a talent. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out a pill and handed it to Taoist Master Yenyu. This is a Qinkuan fortune pill. It can extend your life by 60 years and let your bones return to their golden age. You can continue to cultivate. This is my thanks to you. Taoist Master Yen Yu could not see the middle-aged woman's cultivation. Moreover, she was sure that she was at least a martial saint, or even, a king. The other party was giving her face by persuading her nicely. If he directly snatched Wei Qingxian away, there was nothing she could do. What's more, every word he said was true. As long as Wei Qingxuan's talent was known, not even the Spirit Moon sect would be able to protect her. In fact, it would bring disaster to the Spirit Moon sect. This beautiful middle-aged woman's cultivation was terrifyingly high, but she didn't try to snatch it by force. It could be seen that she didn't mean any harm to Wei Qingxian. Perhaps only someone as powerful as her could be Wei Qingxuan's backer. Reverend Yen Yu had no reason to refuse. Moreover, if she gave up Wei Qingxian, she would be able to obtain a Qingquan fortune pill. She had never heard of this pill before. However, just the two effects of extending one's life by 60 years and restoring one's foundation to its golden age were enough to prove that this Qingquan fortune pill was definitely an exceptional pill. Perhaps it wasn't just a spirit pill. It was very likely to be a profound pill. It was definitely a priceless treasure that could only be found by chance. Sage Yen Yu pondered for a moment before accepting the Qingquan fortune elixir. She asked, "How should I address you, Senior?" "Lan, Qin, King." The beautiful middle-aged woman held Wei Qingxian in her arms and uttered word by word. Reverend Yen Yu's shoulders trembled as her heart surged. King Lan Qin. The beautiful middle-aged woman was actually a king. She had never even seen a venerable one before, but today, she saw a king. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. King Lan Qin glanced at Reverend Yen Yu. "How many people know her name?" Reverend Yen Yu replied, "I'm the only one in the sect who knows." King Lan Qin nodded. "I'll tell everyone that I've already taken her away. However, if anyone still comes to investigate, don't tell them her real name. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. If someone from the Great Yuan dynasty comes to investigate, you'd better run as far as you can. For them, destroying a small sect is as easy as stepping on an ant." With that, King Lan Qin waved her hand. The void in front of her tore open. She stepped in and disappeared. In the next instant, King Lan Qin appeared outside the Spirit Moon sect. With a wave of her hand, she grabbed a mountain peak that was several hundred meters tall and threw it into the distance with a deafening explosion. Many martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect were dumbfounded by King Lan Qin's actions. Moving a mountain with a wave of her hand. What kind of strength was this? King Lan Qin stood in the air and drew a few lines on the ground where she had moved the mountain peak. Soon, a line of large words appeared. King Lan Qin is taking away the Virgo constellation prodigy. Every word was several meters deep into the ground and emitted a terrifying aura. Even the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect, who were watching from afar, felt a threatening aura. From this, it could be seen that they could only look at these words from afar. They couldn't even get close. After King Lan Qin drew these words, she tore open the void again and disappeared with Wei Qingxian. Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yi Xing hadn't become a martial sage yet. Naturally, he hadn't sensed Wei Qingxuan's awakening. After some questioning, he learned that young Master Jin Shan, who he had killed in Eastern Mountain City, was the grandson of the Dong Fu sect master. As for him, he had been blacklisted by the Dong Fu sect. Yi Xing finally understood why these 7 people knew him. They were all outer sect disciples of the Dong Fu sect. They had already sent out a distress signal. The experts near the Dong Fu sect would definitely come to their rescue. Once the news reached the sect, they would even send martial sage experts. Yi Xing felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. His invincible golden body had been cultivated to perfection and his star essence conversion was close to 50%. The only thing he lacked was the second-grade array, the coiling snake array. He was still a little short, but the array didn't necessarily need to be cultivated in the Kunyan mountain range. Therefore, Yixing decided to leave the Kunyan mountain range and move to the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to become a martial sage. The herbs that could help a martial artist become a martial sage were at least spiritual herbs. It was extremely difficult to find a spiritual herb in the Kunyan mountain range. Moreover, not all spiritual herbs could help a martial artist become a martial sage. Therefore, he could only try his luck in the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. Yixing soon met up with Chu Jingyue and Lao He. They rode Lao He and went deeper into the Green Cloud mountain range. With their strength, they were not afraid of second-grade demonic beasts, which were equivalent to beginner martial sages. Lao He flew nearly 1,000 miles into the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. Then, he was attacked. A winged flying snake, which was equivalent to a second-grade martial sage, soared into the sky and rushed toward Lao He. When it was a few hundred meters away from Lao He, it spat out a mouthful of poisonous water like an arrow. Lao He flapped his wings, creating gusts of wind. The wind blades were like knives, splitting the poisonous water arrow. Lao He quickly fell to the ground. While flying in the air, he divided his demonic power to protect Yixing and Chu Jingyue from the gale. Otherwise, the two of them would fall and it would be difficult for them to fight the winged flying snake. Yixing took out his spiritual inscription bow in the air and shot an arrow. At this time, Yixing's star essence had been converted to nearly 50%. The stacked arrow technique had reached 15 stacked stacks. The bow was also a spiritual weapon. The power of the arrow was much stronger than when he had killed a one-star martial sage. Even the winged flying snake, which was equivalent to a two-star martial sage, showed fear in the face of Yixing's arrow. It swayed its body in the air and swept its huge tail, colliding with the arrow. Sparks flew. The arrow was whipped into the distance by the snake's tail. However, the scales of the snake's tail were damaged and some blood flowed out. To the winged flying snake, this was not much of an injury. However, it was still injured, especially by a half-step martial sage. It was immediately enraged. It let out a long, ear-piercing hiss and continued to pounce. When they were about 100 meters away from the ground, Yixing pulled Chu Jingyue and jumped down from Lao He's back. Lao He had no more worries. He flapped his wings and rushed toward the winged flying snake. The snake and the eagle suddenly fought in the air. Yixing performed the wild goose cloud flight and landed safely with Chu Jingyue. After that, he immediately took out an arrow and put it on the bow. The strength of the double-winged flying snake was inferior to that of Blackie. It was only equivalent to an ordinary two-star martial sage. However, it was poisonous and Blackie was wary of it. Therefore, the two of them were almost evenly matched. If Yixing fought the winged flying snake alone, he would not be its opponent at all. However, shooting an arrow at this time could play a decisive role. Whoosh, just as the winged flying snake and Lao He were fighting fiercely, Yixing suddenly shot an arrow. With Yixing's eyesight, this arrow was naturally not wrong. It accurately shot into one of the winged flying snake's wings. The winged flying snake's wings were damaged and it had problems flying. It could not dodge in time and was viciously scratched by Lao He's claws. The snake scales splashed and blood dripped. The winged flying snake was injured and did not dare to fight again. It immediately fled into the distance. Lao He wanted to chase after it, but Yixing called it back with a long whistle. This was the territory of second-level demonic beasts. It was not good to be too ostentatious. If he chased after the winged flying snake, it might attract other powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, it was better to chase it away. Near the winged flying snake's nest, Yixing obtained several spiritual herbs. Although these spiritual herbs had nothing to do with breaking through to the celestial vortex realm, as spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. They could be refined into spiritual pills to improve the cultivation speed of the celestial vortex realm or detoxification spiritual pills. In the territory of second-level demonic beasts, Yixing did not dare to fly freely in the air with Lao He. Being attacked by the winged flying snake was a lesson. If the winged flying snake was equivalent to a 3-star martial sage, then Yixing's side would be at a disadvantage. The efficiency of searching for spiritual herbs on the ground was extremely low. After a day, except for a few spiritual herbs in the winged flying snake's nest, there was no other harvest. Early in the morning, Yixing and the others found a place to spend the night. It was a natural cave. As usual, Lao He guarded outside. Yixing and Chu Jingyue cultivated inside. Chu Jingyue cultivated the all-water art and continued to transform her star essence, while Yixing learned the snake coiling array. As long as he mastered the snake coiling array, he could use the array to hunt all second-level demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a first-level martial sage. After this day, Yixing's snake coiling array was 99% complete. In order to complete it in one go, Yixing did not go out to look for spiritual herbs the next day. At noon, Yixing finally mastered the snake coiling array and set it up successfully. Yixing was overjoyed. A plan to hunt demonic beasts and look for spiritual herbs formed in his mind. However, before he could carry out this plan, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of star force in the distance, which made him change his mind. Yixing looked into the distance and saw a star force light column shooting into the sky from the direction of the Kunyan mountain range. He did not know what had happened. Roll over and ask for 10 monthly votes for the Archer God. 10 votes, do you have it? Chapter 190. Yixing had never felt such a strong fluctuation of star force before. The distance between him and the star force light beam was at least 250 kilometers. Even so, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of star force coming from the star force light beam. It could be seen that the star force contained in the star force light beam was really shocking. Even though Chu Jingyue's eyesight was not as good as Yixing's, there was basically no difference between their eyesight at such a long distance. Chu Jingyue also saw the star force light beam in the distance and felt the fluctuation of star force. Then, what's going on? Chu Jingyue asked in surprise. Yixing shook his head. I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The star force light beam did not last long. After about 10 breaths, it rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. But the two had already memorized the approximate location of the star force light beam. They got on Lao He and flew there. At the same time, with the star force light beam as the center, warriors and demonic beasts within a radius of nearly 500 kilometers all saw the star force light beam soaring into the sky and felt the fluctuation of star force. Some powerful martial artist teams, as well as some powerful demonic beasts, were all rushing over there. Lao He was obviously the fastest. Eagles were one of the fastest birds, not to mention the black-feathered eagle, which was equivalent to a beginner martial sage. At this moment, Yixing naturally urged Lao He to fly as fast as possible. It only took them a little more than 15 minutes to reach the destination. The place where the star force light beam was located was very easy to find because the ground there had cracked, creating a canyon that was 100 meters long. Moreover, many high-level ferocious beasts were fighting to the death around the canyon. These ferocious beasts were obviously nearby and had come here first. For some reason, they were fighting to the death. Moreover, Yixing could see that there were more ferocious beasts in the distance coming this way. As for the warriors, Yixing's distance was limited, so he had not found them yet. My God, what's the reason for these ferocious beasts to fight to the death? Chu Jingyue also saw the scene beside the canyon and exclaimed. Beside the canyon, there were a few corpses of ferocious beasts. Most of the ferocious beasts had retreated after being defeated. There were still a few ferocious beasts that were still fighting. They were the strongest of the high-level ferocious beasts. Yixing sensed another wave of astral power, which originated from the cracked canyon. The reason lies in that canyon. Let's go and take a look. Yixing pointed at the canyon and had Blackie fly directly above it. When Yixing looked into the depths of the canyon, he immediately became spirited. This canyon was over 100 meters deep. There was not enough light below, so ordinary martial artists would not be able to see clearly. However, with Yi Xing's eyesight, he was able to see clearly. The bottom of the canyon was densely packed with star crystals. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool of milky white liquid. The source of the astral power fluctuations was this pool of milky white liquid. At the bottom of the canyon, there's a star crystal lode. It's a newly formed star crystal lode. In the center of the canyon, there's a pool of star crystal spiritual milk. Yi Xing looked excited and his voice was full of excitement. Star crystal lode? Star crystal spiritual milk? Chu Jinghua suddenly became excited and said excitedly, "We found a star crystal lode. If we tell the sect about it, we'll get 10,000 contribution points. The star crystal spiritual milk is the purest star power. It's enough for our cultivation to break through the star vortex realm and become a martial sage." No wonder they were so excited. Their first purpose of coming out was to find the opportunity to become a martial sage. Now, they had found the opportunity and it was right in front of them. Moreover, it came with a star crystal lode, which was worth 10,000 contribution points. It was more than 100 times more valuable than any sect mission. They immediately understood why the ominous beasts were fighting to the death here. The star crystal lode was not attractive to the ominous beasts, but the star crystal spiritual milk was enough to make a high-level ominous beast break through to become a second-level ominous beast. It was like making an ordinary martial artist break through to become a martial sage. This attraction was too strong. Yi Xing let Blackie land. As soon as they landed, he and Chu Jinghua jumped off Blackie's back. Several high-level ominous beast overlords who were fighting stopped fighting when they felt the aura of a second-level ominous beast. They looked fearful. However, the star crystal spiritual milk determined whether they could become second-level ominous beasts or not. Therefore, even though they were afraid of Blackie, they did not retreat but growled in a low voice. Yi Xing waved his hand and Blackie pounced on the high-level ominous beast overlords. He and Chu Jinghua had to get the star crystal spiritual milk. They could not let these ominous beasts have a share. High-level ominous beast overlords were still first-level ominous beasts. However, Blackie was a second-level ominous beast. These high-level ominous beast overlords were no match for it and were quickly killed by Blackie. Yi Xing looked into the distance and looked around. Some of the ominous beasts who rushed over saw that Blackie had killed several high-level ominous beast overlords and retreated far away. They did not dare to come over. Although the temptation of becoming a second-level ominous beast was great and worth risking their lives for, the ominous beasts did not dare to rush up when they knew they would die. "Senior brother Yi, let's go down together and absorb the star crystal spiritual milk to break through the star vortex and become a martial sage," Chu Jinghua said excitedly. Standing at the edge of the canyon, she also saw the star crystal spiritual milk at the bottom of the canyon. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, "The star light beam just now must have attracted many powerful warriors and ominous beasts. These high-level ominous beasts are just nearby ominous beasts. There may be more martial sages and second-level ominous beasts coming here. We must guard this opportunity. You go down and cultivate first. After you break through to the martial sage realm, you can go back with Blackie and report the news to the sect. I will first set up a formation around the canyon above. Once the formation is completed, I can cultivate in peace without any worries." Chu Jinghua looked surprised. When faced with the opportunity to become a martial sage, most people would only focus on cultivating first. At this time, there were very few people who were as calm as Yi Xing. Chu Jinghua frowned and said, "What if the star crystal spiritual milk is not enough for you to break through the star vortex after I absorb it? What should we do?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "You can rest assured. The star crystal spiritual milk inside is enough for both of us to break through to the star vortex realm. You go down. Not only do we have to guard the star crystal spiritual milk, but we can't let the people of the Dong Fu sect know that there is a star crystal lode below. Otherwise, the Dong Fu sect is closer to here. Once the enlightened masters of the Dong Fu sect arrive here first, the load will be taken over by the Dong Fu sect. A star crystal load could yield at least 100,000 star crystals or even millions of star crystals. Star crystals were indispensable for warriors to restore their star power, array masters to set up arrays, and array masters to maintain arrays. To a sect, a star crystal load was an extremely important resource for war preparations. Although this star crystal load was located in the Kuan-Yin mountain range, which was closer to the Dong Fu sect than to the Yi Xing, must try his best to keep the load in the hands of the Falling Star sect since he had discovered it first. There was only one way to keep the load in the hands of they, and that was to delay the news of the star crystal load from the Dong Fu sect. If the Dong Fu sect did not know that a star crystal load had appeared in the Kuan-Yin mountain range and the formation masters of the Falling Star sect had already set up layers of formations around the load, then it was obvious that the Dong Fu sect would not be able to take the load away. If the Falling Star sect had not taken control of the load, the Dong Fu sect would know about it and the two sects would compete. This place was closer to the Dong Fu sect, so the Falling Star sect would not be able to fight for a long time. The Dong Fu sect would have a great advantage. Therefore, what Yi Xing had to do was to block the news. He had to set up the snake coiling formation around the star crystal load. As long as the Dong Fu sect's warriors came, he would kill them one by one. If two came, he would kill them both to ensure that the news would not spread. As for Chu Jingyue, as long as her cultivation broke through to the star vortex realm, she would be responsible for sending the news back to the sect. As for her directly returning to the sect with Old Black, it was not advisable. Although this would allow the sect to receive the news faster, Yi Xing did not set up the formation. Once the demonic beasts or warriors disturbed him, he would not be able to continue. Therefore, when he was setting up the formation, Old Black had to protect him. At this time, Chu Jingyue could absorb the star crystal spiritual milk and break through the star vortex realm. After hearing Yi Xing's explanation, Chu Jingyue did not say anything more and went down the canyon. What she needed to do now was to break through to the star vortex realm as soon as possible and then return to the sect. Yi Xing asked Old Black to protect him. Any demonic beasts or warriors who came close to the canyon would be killed without mercy. Yi Xing himself was around the canyon, inscribing formation patterns and setting up the snake coiling formation. Although Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the half-step martial sage realm, the spiritual martial arts inheritance he practiced was the pure vitality technique. The strength of his celestial essence was extremely high and was not inferior to that of a one-star martial sage. It was enough for him to set up an ordinary snake coiling formation. However, in terms of the amount of celestial essence, he was far inferior to a one-star martial sage. But it did not matter. If his celestial essence was insufficient, he could recover it with star crystals. Yi Xing still had some low-grade star crystals that Gu Tianshang had given him. Moreover, there was a star crystal load below the canyon. Yi Xing could dig up a large pile of star crystals at any time. By constantly recovering his celestial essence with star crystals, Yi Xing could set up a large-scale snake coiling formation. Moreover, Yi Xing used the materials available and placed star crystals to inscribe the formation patterns. As long as the formation was completed, there would be an endless supply of energy. The canyon was more than 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. If Yi Xing wanted to set up a snake coiling formation that covered the entire canyon, it would be much more difficult than setting up a small model of the snake coiling formation. Before he could even complete 1/10 of the formation, a level 2 demonic beast, Storm Leopard, which was equivalent to a one-star martial sage, came here and rushed directly toward the canyon. Fortunately, Lao He was there to protect him. He rushed up and blocked the attack, so it didn't affect Yi Xing's formation. The star crystal spiritual essence could not only help a warrior to become a martial saint or a grade 1 demonic beast to advance to a grade 2 demonic beast, but it could also increase the cultivation of a martial saint or a grade 2 demonic beast. Therefore, the storm leopard had fought with its life on the line and was killed by Lao He in the end. When Yi Xing's coiling snake formation was about 30% complete, a new problem came. This time, it was a group of 5 martial sages that had come. The following is free. Ever since that day, he had felt a stabbing pain at the lower right side of his sternum, and it had been a dull pain for the next few days. Sweat. Thinking of the sudden death of a few web authors, I felt a little scared. Thinking back to the past 2 years, I hadn't gone to the hospital for a checkup, and because I didn't exercise while writing, my update rate had always exceeded that of the masses. My body had always been in a state of fatigue. I couldn't have contracted a serious illness this time, could I? What if I got sick? Would I still have time to finish writing The Archer God? Today, I quickly went to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, the doctor said that it was just an inflammation of the gallbladder, nothing serious. It wasn't liver cancer like I was worried about. Thank God. This kind of mentality is really hard to describe. Brothers, please don't laugh at me. I was really worried. But now, I feel relieved. I definitely have time to finish writing The Archer God. Our Archer God is about to become a martial sage. Brothers, please support me with a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 191. The 5 of them were inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. 2 of them were 2-star martial sages and 3 were 1-star martial sages. They rode on 5 green winged eagles. These 5 were the inner disciples that the 7 outer disciples of the Dongfu sect wanted to find to kill Yixing. Among the 2 2-star martial sages, the man was Zi Chuanyu and the woman was Yi. Zi Chuanyu was famous in the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect because he had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. He was not only invincible among the 2-star martial sages, but he could even fight against a 3-star martial sage. Senior brother Yu, there is a canyon ahead. This should be where the star power light pillar is. Senior sister Kong, there is a black-feathered eagle and a half-step martial sage ahead. The team was led by Zi Chuanyu and Yi. The 1-star martial sages reported the situation to the 2 of them. However, they did not need to report. Zi Chuanyu and Yi could tell at a glance. They were still 1,000 meters away from the canyon when Blackie flew into the sky and blocked their way. In the distance, Yixing stopped inscribing runes. The 5 martial sages arrived at the same time. 2 of them were 2-star martial sages. Yixing knew that Blackie alone could not stop them. Yixing raised his hand. The spiritual inscription bow and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. He fixed his eyes on Zi Chuanyu and the other 4. Yixing had heard the conversation between the 7 outer disciples of the Dongfu sect that he had killed. Therefore, when he saw the 5 martial saints, he immediately guessed their identities. Friend, is this your black-feathered eagle? When Zi Chuanyu saw the black-feathered eagle blocking their way, he looked down at Yixing in the distance and asked. He and the other 4 martial sages were surprised. Even they did not have a martial sage level flying mount. They were riding on level 1 demonic beasts, the green winged eagles. However, Yixing was only a half-step martial sage. If the black-feathered eagle was his mount, it would be too shocking. Are you the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect? Yixing did not answer Zi Chuanyu's question. He said coldly, You are Zi Chuanyu. She is Yi. As he spoke, Yixing glanced at Yi. This was a woman with a very voluptuous chest. Seeing Yixing's gaze sweep over, Yi puffed out her ample bosom and said, Little handsome, your tone is not right. How dare you speak to me and senior brother you like that? Where are you from? These 5 people had been out training for several months and had yet to return to the sect, so they did not know Yixing. Yixing sneered, I'm a dog slaughterer who specializes in killing Dongfu dogs. Yi's face darkened. Are you a Luo Xing? Zi Chuanyu and the rest were filled with murderous intent. Yixing was only a half-step martial sage. It was strange for him to be with a martial saint-level black-feathered eagle. Zi Chuanyu and the others thought that he was a disciple of the Blood Spectre sect, so they asked him a few questions. This was because the Blood Spectre sect's Blood Spectre I could easily tame demonic beasts. The Blood Spectre sect was famous in the Green Cloud region for taming demonic beasts. They were the strongest of the 6 sects in the Green Cloud region. The Dong Fu sect and the Blood Spectre sect were allies. Now that they knew that the other party was not a disciple of the Blood Spectre sect, but a disciple of their enemy, the Zichuanyu and the others were filled with murderous intent. Kill the black-feathered eagle first, then kill that little bastard. Zichuanyu shouted as he took out a spiritual weapon. He rode the green-winged eagle and charged toward Lao He. The black-feathered eagle was very fast. Zichuanyu knew that if the black-feathered eagle carried the other party away, the 5 of them would not be able to catch up. As long as they killed the black-feathered eagle, the other party was only a half-step martial sage. With the green-winged eagle chasing after them, the other party would die. Therefore, killing the black-feathered eagle first would cut off the other party's path of survival. The other 4 martial sages also controlled the green-winged eagle and charged toward Lao He. Lao He also let out a sharp cry as the feathers on his neck stood up. He flapped his wings and stirred up a fierce wind as he charged toward the 5 martial sages. Lao He was stronger than a 2-star martial sage. The strongest of the 5 martial sages was only a 2-star martial sage. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, Yixing had already knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at a 1-star martial sage. A 1-star martial sage who rode the green-winged eagle in the sky was a live target for Yixing. Whoosh! The green sandalwood arrow left the bow and flashed like a flowing light, making a sound as it pierced through the air. However, the arrow left the bow faster than the sound. Before the 1-star martial sage could hear the sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the green sandalwood arrow had already shot toward him. In an instant, the 1-star martial sage's expression turned into one of shock. At the same time, the other 4 martial sages were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Yixing's arrow to be so fast. Obviously, they had underestimated Yixing. At this moment, the other 4 martial sages had already launched their attacks toward Lao He. The 1-star martial sage who was attacked by the arrow was also about to attack Lao He. He could not resist the arrow that suddenly shot toward him. In a hurry, the 1-star martial sage could only circulate his celestial essence to form a defensive layer in front of the arrow. The defensive layer formed by the martial sage's celestial essence was almost like an iron wall for cultivators below the martial sage realm. It was basically impossible to break through. However, the result was far beyond the 1-star martial sage's expectations. Puff! The arrow easily penetrated his celestial essence defense. Then, without slowing down, it shot forward and pierced his throat. An arrow pierced the throat and killed him in one blow. The 1-star martial sage died in an instant. He fell off the back of the green-winged eagle and fell to the ground. The green-winged eagle was also shocked by Yixing's arrow. It let out a scream of fear and immediately turned around to flee. At this moment, Lao He and the other 4 martial sages clashed. The terrifying power immediately sent him flying more than 100 meters. Countless feathers fell from the void and many bloodstains appeared on his claws. Obviously, the joint attack of the 4 martial sages was extremely powerful. Lao He could not resist it. In the first round, he was repelled and injured. However, compared to the 5 martial sages, one of them had died. It was obvious that Yixing's side had the upper hand. You guys kill this beast. I'll go kill that little bastard. Zichuanyu shouted angrily. The murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. After witnessing Yixing's archery skills, he knew that he could not allow Yixing to shoot arrows from a distance. Otherwise, the other 2 1-star martial sages would definitely be killed. Moreover, even if he and Ishii Kong were to fight with the black-feathered eagle, Yixing's sudden arrow would be impossible to guard against. The black-feathered eagle let out a scream and flapped its wings. It wanted to stop Zichuanyu. However, Ishii Kong and the other 2 1-star martial sages immediately attacked and the black-feathered eagle was unable to defend itself. Originally, the black-feathered eagle's strength was not much stronger than Ishii Kong. With the help of the 2 1-star martial sages, the strength of the 2 sides was already on par. Now, the black-feathered eagle was injured and could not fully display its strength. Under the attacks of Yi Kong and the other two, it was naturally at a disadvantage and could not take care of Yi Xing's swoosh. 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 When Yi Xing saw Zichuanyu rushing over, he took out 3 arrows at the same time. One arrow after another, 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Clang. 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 However, Zichuanyu's strength was not to be underestimated. With 3 consecutive slashes, 3 flaming saber radiances were shot out and the 3 arrows were sent flying. The green-winged eagle carried Zichuanyu and rushed toward Yi Xing like an arrow. In a few breaths' time, they would be in front of Yi Xing obviously. Yi Xing's archery skills could not threaten Zichuanyu's strength. However, Yi Xing was not afraid at all. In the next moment, Yi Xing took out 3 more arrows. In a flash, the 3 arrows were placed on the bowstring and shot out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The 3 arrows were shot out at the same time. They were shot in different directions and drew 3 distorted trajectories in the void. This time, it was not the wave-stacking arrow technique but the spinning arrow technique. The spinning arrow technique was only a middle-grade martial skill. In terms of lethality, it was thousands of miles away from the wave-stacking arrow technique. However, it had its own special uses. Yi Xing did not intend to kill the enemy with these 3 arrows. Instead, he had another purpose. Just as Yi Xing had expected, Zichuanyu had already slashed his saber at him. The flaming saber radiance shot out for dozens of feet but did not touch any of the arrows. The arrows' trajectories were distorted and Zichuanyu was shocked. For a moment, he could not catch the trajectories of the 3 arrows. However, Zichuanyu was after all a powerful person. The shock only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. The spiritual weapon in his hand, along with the flaming saber radiance, was slashed out continuously. Clang! Clang! In such a short period of time, he was able to see through the trajectories of 2 more arrows. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 arrows were instantly sent flying. However, Yi Xing had shot a total of 3 arrows. Although Zichuanyu had blocked 2 of them, he had made a mistake and the flaming saber radiance hit empty air. In an instant, Zichuanyu circulated his celestial essence and covered his body with a layer of celestial essence defense. He could see that the power contained in Yi Xing's 3 arrows was much weaker than the previous arrows. It was impossible for them to penetrate his celestial essence defense. However, Zichuanyu did not expect that the arrow that was not blocked did not hit his body. Instead, it spun in the air and instantly hit the heart of the blue-winged eagle below him. The blue-winged eagle let out a mournful cry and suddenly fell from the sky, dead. At this time, the blue-winged eagle was still nearly 200 meters in the air. At such a height, a half-step martial sage would fall to his death even if he had a movement skill. However, Zichuanyu was not a half-step martial sage but a 2-star martial sage. He circulated his celestial essence and instantly condensed a pair of celestial essence wings on his back, slowing down the speed of his fall. Martial sages could use celestial essence to form wings and glide. Although the celestial essence wings were not strong and could not glide too far, they would not die from a height of 200 to 300 meters. Zichuanyu was furious that his mount had been killed by a half-step martial sage in a head-on battle. His eyes were almost burning with flames. Thief! I will tear you into pieces. Zichuanyu let out a roar that shook the sky. Holding the spiritual weapon with both hands, with a terrifying flaming saber radiance, he slashed down at Yi Xing from above. Chapter 192. Wild Goose Cloud Sword. Yi Xing dared not touch Zichuanyu's flaming saber radiance. He activated his lightness skill to the maximum and merged it with the wind to retreat. Yi Xing's Qinggong of the transcendent state was already extremely fast. Coupled with the addition of the wind, Yixing's speed reached a terrifying level in an instant. The flaming saber radiance missed and created a 10-meter-long crack on the ground. The ground was charred black. Zichuanyu was surprised that Yixing was able to dodge his attack. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. In his opinion, Yixing's light body technique was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he could dodge one or two of his attacks, but the speed of his attacks had to be faster than the speed of his opponent's dodging. It could be done once, but not thrice. He did not think that Yixing could dodge 3 attacks from him. "I'll chop your head off in 3 attacks." Zichuanyu held the spiritual weapon saber with both hands and shouted angrily. He rushed toward Yixing. However, Yixing, who was not far away, did not dodge at all. Instead, he looked at Zichuanyu with disdain. At this moment, the void around Zichuanyu twisted. Suddenly, several astral snakes appeared and pounced on Zichuanyu at the same time. It was a level 2 array, the coiling snake array. Yixing knew that he was no match for Zichuanyu. As he dodged, he took out the coiling snake array disc that Gu Tianshang had given him. Although it was an ordinary level 2 array disc, it was enough to kill a beginner martial sage. The sudden appearance of the Star Force snakes was beyond Zichuanyu's expectation. He was shocked. The spiritual weapon saber in his hand slashed out a flaming saber screen and slashed in all directions. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. The Star Force snakes were not cut by Zichuanyu's flaming saber radiance. Instead, Zichuanyu was pushed back by the counterforce. A level 2 array disc? Zichuanyu was shocked and shocked. He had never imagined that Yixing, a half-step martial sage, would have a rank 2 array disc. This item was extremely rare and even the inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect would find it difficult to obtain it. Formation discs were the weakest formations of the same level. An ordinary grade 2 snake coiling formation disc could not kill a 3-star martial saint, but it was more than enough to kill a 1-star or 2-star martial saint. Although Zichuanyu's strength was comparable to a 3-star martial saint's, he was still inferior to a 3-star martial saint in a life-and-death battle. Therefore, Zichuanyu was at a disadvantage in the coiling snake array activated by the array disc and was repelled by the star power serpent. However, Zichuanyu's strength was comparable to a 3-star martial saint. It would not be easy for the coiling snake array to kill him. Seeing that Zichuanyu was blocked by the coiling snake formation, the corners of Yixing's mouth curled up. He knocked an arrow on his bow and pointed it at a 1-star martial saint who was fighting fiercely with Lao He in the distance. "Stop!" In the coiling snake array, Zichuanyu shouted angrily, "If you dare to harm my Dong Fu sect's disciple again, I will make you beg for death." Zichuanyu knew that with the archery skills Yixing had just displayed, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 1-star martial saint. Yixing glanced at Zichuanyu and said, "Don't worry, it will be your turn later." Then, with a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring. The 15 stacked forces blue sandalwood arrow was extremely powerful. Even a 2-star martial saint would be severely injured if he was not killed by it. Clang, the result was obvious. The arrow shook off the weapon in the 1-star martial saint's hand and shot into his chest. Because of the weapon's obstruction, the arrow did not hit any vital parts. However, the arrow piercing through the chest was still a serious injury. How sharp were the eagle's eyes? Seeing that the 1-star martial saint was injured, Lao He attacked him with his claws. The injured 1-star martial saint almost fell off the back of the blue-winged eagle after being hit by the arrow. How could he resist Lao He's claws? His head was instantly scratched open and he died. As he killed the 1-star martial saint with one claw, Lao He was also attacked by Yi Shi and another 1-star martial saint. The demonic beast's body was huge and its vitality was tenacious. Lao He was only slightly injured after being attacked by the two. Lao He was at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. Now that he had killed a 1-star martial saint, the pressure on him was greatly reduced and he was about to turn the tables. At this time, Yixing took out a blue sandalwood arrow from afar. He knocked the arrow on his bow and aimed at the only one-star martial saint alive. Bastard, you are courting death. I will break your bones inch by inch and let you die a horrible death. In the coiling snake formation, Zichuanyu saw that another junior martial brother was killed by Yixing. He roared furiously and waved his spiritual weapon, attacking the star power snakes crazily. Unfortunately, although it was difficult for the coiling snake formation to kill him, he was far from being able to break the coiling snake formation. No matter how hard he tried, he was repelled by the star power snakes and could not escape. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air with a loud sound. The only one-star martial saint alive was suppressed by Lao Hei's counterattack and could not escape from Yixing's arrow. He was shot in the heart by Yixing and died instantly. 3 one-star martial saints died one after another. Zichuanyu was trapped in the coiling snake formation and Ishii was scared out of her wits. She did not dare to fight with Lao Hei and controlled the blue winged eagle to escape. The blue winged eagle's speed was much slower than Lao Hei's. Lao Hei flapped his wings and chased after Zichuanyu. Ishii was shocked. She jumped down from the blue winged eagle and survived. However, the blue winged eagle was caught by Lao Hei's claw. Lao Hei's other claw followed and the eagle's beak pecked down. The blue winged eagle was killed by Lao Hei's storm-like attack. A pair of celestial essence wings appeared on Ishii's back. After landing on the ground, she didn't try to escape. Instead, she rushed towards Yixing. As she flew, Ishii tore her clothes. Her plump breasts suddenly popped out and jiggled. "Young master, please spare my life." Ishii almost tore off all her clothes. As she tore, she shouted, "Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. My skills are superb. I'll definitely serve you well. Don't kill me. Ishii, you bitch, how dare you beg for mercy from this bastard?" Zichuanyu, who was in the coiling snake formation, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was one of Ishii's gigolos. Yixing's eyes narrowed. He did not see Ishii's naked body. Instead, he saw the figures of Wan Xingliang, Lu Chen, and Yang Yun, his 3 dead comrades. Yixing was unmoved by Ishii's begging. With a whoosh, the arrow in his hand burst out. At the same time, Lao Hei in the air also threw the blue winged eagle's body and swooped down from the sky. He grabbed Ishii's head with his sharp claws. For Lao Hei, no matter how naked Ishii was, she was not attractive at all. If Ishii resisted with all her strength, she might be able to hold on for a few breaths under the joint attack of Yixing and Lao Hei. But now, she took off her clothes and ran naked. How could she resist the joint attack of Yixing and Lao Hei? She died in an instant. Ah! Zichuanyu roared. Although he was angry that Ishii had begged for mercy, he was even more furious that Ishii was killed. Under such circumstances, Zichuanyu's potential was stimulated. He was able to exert almost 120% of his strength. There was a faint sign that he was going to break the coiling snake formation. "It's your turn now." Seeing this, Yixing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows without hesitation. He performed the wave-stacking arrow technique and shot 3 arrows at Zichuanyu. Clang! 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 Zichuanyu was locked in a fierce battle with the coiling snake formation when he was suddenly attacked by Yixing's arrows. Although he managed to block the 3 arrows with his saber, he was still unable to focus on one thing. In the blink of an eye, Zichuanyu was hit by 2 Star Force snakes. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. The next moment, several Star Force snakes swarmed over Zichuanyu. In the blink of an eye, Zichuanyu was turned into a corpse. Yixing and Lao Hei worked together and used the coiling snake formation disc that Gu Tianshang had given him. Finally, they killed all 5 of the Dong Fu sect's inner disciples and kept the news of the star crystal lode under control. Yixing did not have time to search for Zichuanyu and the other 4. He threw a supreme spiritual herb with healing effects to Lao He and immediately began to engrave the formation inscriptions. He knew that Zichuanyu and the other four would not be their final opponents. There might be more powerful martial artists or demonic beasts. Without the coiling snake formation, he would not be able to fend off the enemies. He would not have time to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk to break through the stellar vortex and become a martial sage. However, Yi Xing did not expect that the Dong Fu sect would be informed of Zichuanyu's death the moment he died. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.